G'day guys, good evening in the Australasian region and good morning at the other end of the planet in the Atlantic Ocean. There you go. That sort of leaves it ambiguous exactly which part of the Atlantic Ocean and which location on the Atlantic coast. Anyway, let's move on. DC, good to see you, mate. I got up too early. It's cold. The bar is still closed. Okay, hello. Disappointed for you. Yes. Why not? Why not? I was using Zoom. Thought we'd better give Harry his computer back. Fair enough. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to turn on the fan. It's a bit bloody getting a bit warm here. Whatever reason. Things are getting on the warm side in here. Just noticed. I'm going, it is stuffy. Anyway, the wind, yes, has sort of gone down a bit. It was a bit cooler earlier. Annoying when that happens. I'm going, my forehead's starting to sweat. Yes. Get out there and get the sun, get the rays, and awaken. DJ Projectionist, good to see you, mate. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. You thought that other clown was going to be around, did you? Well, bad luck, Richard. Bad luck. Yes. Good to see you, Stephen. Neff, always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. Seal, hello to you as well. If you want some humour, put Norm MacDonald moth jokes in YouTube, my favourite ones. At least you find something to entertain yourself with. It is great. $8 here in Norway. Yes, very early. Have been up writing book, so I'm going to bed in a few. What subject matter? Goes from 30 to 14. Well, you guys have got that. What is it called? You've had a storm situation over there, which has been playing around havoc. So, yes. So that's probably a bit. Can Wi-Fi cast tinnitus? No. Remember, it's all non-native EMFs. It's the circadian rhythms, the photonic energy that actually is emitted from electromagnetic fields, which are non-native, and those fields interfere with our fields that our body creates and interacts normally with the planet and with the, our location in terms of circadian points in time as we, rotate on our axis. So in relation to the other celestial bodies. So that's, no, it's not going to have an effect. Tinnitus has a number of reasons for it. One of them, I've shown some research in the past about tinnitus in regards to taurine deficiency. Taurine deficiency can basically cause tinnitus. It's well researched in the literature. Sometimes you have to go to much higher doses for a longer period of time in order to correct the problem, and to, because remember, it takes, our bodies take longer to heal than a rat's. So rats could be a couple of months. For us, that's equivalent to a couple of years. Cellular turnover takes a while. So that's the difference. But their life is much shorter, about 2+ years. Ours can actually be as far out as 80, 90, 100 years. So obviously our metabolic rates are lower than rats, and our cellular turnover is slower. So repair and turnover of cells and replacement takes time, and you have to support it with good nutrition. So, and there is really good mechanistic research in rats, but they are a mammal, and it does repair all sorts of tissues. And we've seen people when they've actually, even in human studies, we know, and in other mammals, taurine is endemic throughout the system and plays an important role in terms of energy production, plus in reparative mechanisms. So I would say that could be sorted with a bit more taurine supplementation. And the reason why, if somebody was born in a Maasai community, born in an ancestral society, and went through their whole life, they'd be getting enough, of these nutrients all throughout their life and all that. But we are damaged. We've gone through decades and decades of doing inappropriate things and damaging our cells way beyond the point that any of these people were. Most of these people, even you saw Mary with some old people jumping up and down and all that, well over 100. There's not many middle-aged people in our society that can jump up and down like that without breaking a hip or, causing some other damage to their body. The problem is our bodies are extremely damaged. My body is extremely damaged. I drank, smoked, ate inappropriate for many decades and did a lot of damage until I had 11 years ago cardiovascular disease and a lot of mitochondrial damage. And it's taken me 11 years to reverse most of it, but not all of it. So I was extremely damaged in terms of my body, especially somebody who's in their got longevity genes and actually has such a condition in their mid-40s. That's quite young. It's becoming more the norm now, but that is not, in my generation, people in my generation, it's usually when they get the 60s and 70s where they see these conditions, not in their 50s. Now it's actually becoming younger. And this is the reality. So we have to do things slightly different in order to hack ourselves back to better health. So it takes time and patience as well. But there's really good information on this, and I've actually shown it in live streams before. Probably should make a video specifically on tinnitus and what the research shows and doesn't show. It's in the list of things to do, but yeah, it will happen. But to give you the heads up, taurine plays a big role, and fat-soluble vitamins. So a species-appropriate diet does play a role in reversing. I used to have tinnitus. I don't have tinnitus anymore. So, and that I've been doing high doses of taurine, specifically for my heart and for fibrotic tissue inside my heart, inside my left lung, and stuff like that. Plus, as a bonus, tinnitus went away. And then I started investigating. I said, well, hold on, I used to have tinnitus. Now it's gone away. Then I did a bit of investigation and I found, oh, there's good mechanistic studies here, done in rats, but showing that quite clearly tinnitus gets sorted out with high doses of taurine. I go, okay, so I've fixed more than one thing. Interesting. Anika, good to see you. 9 o'clock in the morning, 6:16 here right now, my dear. To your ears. That's why I like you, Richard. That's a really good. Don't strap you. Nice one. Morning Mouse. Ah, yes. Roy's the best. Sammy, good to see you, mate. Torrential rain is. You guys have had a lot of. I mean, we haven't had any sort of that sort of severity over here. So, but you guys have had quite a bit, which is very shocking, to say the least. So, G'day, Tom. Have you heard that the British are planning to fight obesity with weekly jabs? What? There are articles just the other day. Unbelievable. You're kidding me. What the friggin' hell? Are they lunatics? God almighty. Yeah, look, it doesn't surprise me that there is a lunatic brigade out there that thinks that, and it's basically people have been brainwashed so much is decades and decades of brainwashing does this. You know, when you've had conditioned the population to believe that a pill or a jab or, you know, any sort of intervention can fix it, you're going to continue your lifestyle. You can continue eating your shit. We'll just give you something to medicate it. You know, there's always a pill. You know, if you take a look, I actually did ages ago, took a bit of a look and actually noticed there was this massive amount of clicks on videos. The quicker the video mentioned you could actually reverse a disease or whatever, the more clicks it got. And I go, how gullible are people? But then it actually dawned on me. I had that look like an epiphany, and I go, I understand. These people have been brainwashed by Big Pharma and their governments for years, saying that if you basically take this magic pill, you will be cured. You'll feel better. And so they've become conditioned like Pavlov's dog. You know, if you do something over and over again, you become conditioned. And they've become conditioned to say, oh, somebody's offering a magic pill. Maybe this one will work. And they throw all their, you know, they throw their critical thinking out and they throw all their energy behind it. They try it and then they say, oh, damn, you know, maybe I did something wrong, or maybe I didn't follow it exactly, or maybe it just doesn't work for my genetics. They'll justify it in their head for a whole lot of reasons because they've been told that sometimes certain things don't work. You need to adjust the meds or whatever, your genetics or whatever. It's all this bullshit, as if genetics change all of a sudden. I mean, yeah, it may happen in things like bacteria and stuff like that, where the genetics change very rapidly, but no, it doesn't happen in humans. It takes thousands of years of evolutionary pressure. It's just nonsense. But when you've been conditioned in a certain way of thinking, yeah, I can believe anything that they're going to, you know, fuck, they'll give them shit, and they will literally swallow it down willingly and with a smile. Doesn't surprise me one iota. G'day, Alex. Yes. absolute madness. They said recently, don't take electrolytes when supplementing taurine. Doesn't in that sense waste of money, or don't in the sense of not healthy. I like magnesium in the evening to relax. I believe waste of money. I basically don't take any magnesium, any potassium, any. The only thing that I do is salt my food and get enough taurine with it from the meat and a bit of supplementation, especially in this COVID period. That's basically it. The taurine from meat or from supplements will regulate all your electrolytes, all the metals. Even iron is better regulated with taurine, and it prevents iron being in any way oxidized. It keeps down lipopolysaccharides and endotoxin. So the stuff in a steak really does magical things. So no, you don't really require it. Most people basically, if you've got enough taurine to keep those minerals where they should be, properly regulated and recycled, not going to be an issue. We waste our money on way too many. Doctor sent me an X-ray upper digestive tract because of burping. Everything is okay there. H. pylori is 90. Above 20 is positive. Yes. And taurine is the best thing you can do to basically eliminate H. pylori. Is 1.1. We'll see my doctor next week. Yes, I would say your best doctor would be a steak or taurine supplementation in high doses, which will acidify your stomach and basically suppress H. pylori and put it back into its box. H. pylori is fine in the colon. When it's in the stomach or the small intestine, it's a problem, particularly in the stomach. So if it's in the colon, it can stay in the colon, not a problem. But if it migrates up to the actual stomach, you got a problem. And that usually happens because of lack of stomach acidity for a very long period of time. And then you get SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Taurine suppresses SIBO. Taurine increases the beneficial bacteria that cleanse the upper digestive tract. So really important. Sometimes you must go high to eliminate the problem. And at the same time, use something like HCLs and stuff like that just to assist that whole process, to make it a very, let's say, inhospitable environment for pathogenic bacteria that want to suppress, because H. pylori suppresses, and you're very high. And what it does is it suppresses the proton pumps, which means that you don't get enough acidity, which means you have problems digesting, and that's why you're burping and you can't seal the top sphincter because you can't get the acidity low enough. It's designed actually to seal when the acidity is low enough. Ocean is how you meet. Hi Harry, is it okay to take? Nope, waste of money. Absolutely waste of money. Oh, until you're well, if you've got it, why not? It's not going to kill you in that regard. At most, as magnesium citrate. If you have too much, you may get the runs. That's the only thing. So if that meat combination works for you, good, not a problem. I tend to go up to about 40%. Mine is about 60%, more or less, fat and about 40% protein. It does vary sometimes. Sometimes I do swing around the other way. I can get down to 25% and 75%, especially when I do cream and stuff like that. So depends. But I don't really worry too much about it. Jonathan, good to see you here, mate. I'll add it to the list. Yes. long bloody list, but probably should be an easy video. I do have the study in a folder somewhere. So on my work computer, that's right. I don't have it on my home computer. I've got it on my work computer. So yeah. Anyway, I can access it remotely. So high carbs equals high metabolism equals high cell division equals short lifespan. Correct. That's reductionist. But yes, in a sense, you will run higher cell division on a high carbohydrate diet. So yes, you will age yourself faster. So no, it's not a good thing. In order to have your metabolism, if you eat sufficient protein, you'll have your metabolism working at an optimal level, and you'll have your endocrine system with fat working at an optimal level, and your thyroid and all that will work very well as well. But most people think that, yes, that you need carbs, and carbs are contraindicated. They actually cause derangements in the long run if you're continually doing it, because they do increase reactive oxygen species signaling through complex 1 when you eat a lot of carbohydrates. And as a consequence, you cause, over time, miscommunication and stuff like that. And as I pointed out to people earlier today, because we were talking about our C19 and a few other things, and how I recently come across some Israeli research, you can go back and actually check that. Very interesting what I said about the importance of mitochondrial and communication within inside the cell, within the cytoplasm. Very important. Taurine plays a role. You'll have to look at the other video. Anyway, let's move on. Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what you eat. I should have mentioned that. I know that what Bart says. Look, I've done it in the past as well. Bart's not the only one. Usually Bart sort of views and says, well, I'm not breeding. I don't really care we're not looking at having kids or whatever. I'm more, because centenarians tend to run a much lower metabolic rate. But if you're healthy, even if you're running a low metabolic rate, you can still get pregnant if you're a woman, as an example. So it doesn't preclude if you've got good nutrition and everything else. But what he was doing is slightly under eating now and then. And that has been shown. Even the Okinawans, they eat up to 80% until they're not totally full. And that has been shown in many other animal models to basically extend life. So, if you want to take the repeat approach and die young with a high metabolism and running, go for it. But the reality is, yes, it doesn't matter what it is, what food it is. When you slightly calorically restrict, you will get some, longer lifespan. Doesn't mean you'll get health span. That's a different thing altogether. So let's not confuse the two. Not hanging around for long. Fair enough, Richard. Need to get to bed at a good time tonight. Yep, fair enough, mate. I understand. I've got a public holiday tomorrow, so it doesn't really, But still, I do need to do a few things tomorrow morning. So, yeah. So I'm not going to be hanging around for hours and hours. I have a question. Would you think taurine is effective, is good at preventing side effects from some drugs, opiates, and constipation? Obviously, the constipation would be ameliorated if you eat fat. Now, some people can't digest fat very well because they've got, stomach issues, gallbladder issues, and stuff like that. And that can cause them some level of constipation. Usually what happens is when they do use taurine, it regulates the digestive tract. So the peristalsis, that is, the speed of the digestive tract, brings it back to normal from fast or slow. But the key thing in terms of proper digestion as well, you do need a good functioning gallbladder. Now, a lot of people for many years weren't eating enough meat, weren't getting enough taurine in their diet, and as a consequence, you can't emulsify bile. And also create bile. You basically, the best bile is produced with taurine. Even the young kids know that. That's what mummy gives the children when they drink breast milk, and they basically get this long-lasting, high-quality bile that really helps better absorb things and also cleanse the intestine from any potential risks of pathogens or whatever else. Plus, it keeps the acidity down. The pH down and the acidity up in the stomach to basically, nearly missaid that, to basically improve digestion and protect the child from any potential pathogens coming in from the environment. So it's really important, and usually that will over time ameliorate, reduce, that is, sort out this problem for people with digestives. With opiates, it does seem to basically minimize some of their nasty side effects. It does increase GABA calming effect and does seem to reduce also people that have got opiate addictions. It seems to basically make it way easier for them to actually give up the opiates, the addictions, that is, Jonathan. So it can help quite a bit in that regard. Now, this is not medical advice. This is just rodent studies where they've actually used it interventionally to see whether they can actually improve or reduce the addiction of the rodents. So we've got no studies in terms of other humans, obviously, because it's considered unethical to experiment on drug abusers. And so we can only extrapolate from animal studies and some of the experience of a number of people out there that have used it as an intervention and seen improvements. So yes, so yeah, potentially. Do not know. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's the one, Jonathan. That's the study. Yes. Anyway, yes, so that's it. Scampers in because insomnia. You're here because of you need a bit of taurine, my dear, to calm yourself down. And you need to get out in the sun. You need to modulate your circadian rhythms. You know that. We've talked about it. It is important. Vitamin D as a supplement isn't going to only do it. We need to modulate our circadian rhythms with natural light. It's really critically important. Natural light signals to our bodies that it's morning or it's evening and we should get ready to bed, and start increasing melatonin. So signaling is really important through melanopsin in your skin and your retina. Particularly the one in the retina is a bit more important. So keep that in mind. My grandfather got cancer and put me on publishing a book about our family from post-World War II and its aftermath. Have written several pages now and got 10 hours left with audio to write down. Okay. Well, it's a good way of actually saving some knowledge, some historical knowledge from your grandfather's personal perspective, it's actually a good thing. Yeah, it's probably get some good stories and things that people haven't heard. Those were difficult times. Yep. So it can be quite insightful for people when difficult times come, how people respond. They can respond with courage, or they can basically accept directives and mandates and being told what to do. Yes. Like, unfortunately, many of our fellow citizens have succumbed to tyranny and have embraced it. It's horrifying. The good thing is there are some that are not willing to embrace it or accept it. Feel for the freedom fighters here in Wellington, New Zealand. Windy and lots of rain. Yeah, exactly. But it's running more and more people, close to 10,000 yesterday. That's pretty good. Yeah. But that people are still holding out in those sort of numbers, considering the conditions that they're actually enduring at the moment. You know, you've got wind, rain, severe wind, severe rain, plus Trevor turning on the sprinkler system. What a cockwomble. What an absolute misanthropist. You know, it's a whole lot of young children, older people, people with disabilities. This is, I think, when you see this, this shows the type of people these people are. Yeah, exactly. Appalling. Jeez, I guess the body does lose weight after death by too many jabs because of evaporation. It's a nice one. We should have had Loki here to do us a video. Jab, 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 cut, cut. Oh, you've lost weight. Nice one. Well, you should recommend that young Lukey comes up with a really nice meme. It's madness. Here, all right. Yeah, bloody hell it is. The book is about stories and pictures from the war, how the Gestapo and SS treated us, and where someone in the family was sent to Sachsenhausen camp, Germany, for resistance work and political orientation. Yes, doesn't surprise me. Yeah, we lost a number of rallies in the Second World War as well. So my mother used to grab her younger sister. They used to run up the hillside as, you know, cannon fire was coming from from further afield as the villagers were trying to escape up the mountain. Yes, so very hard times. Yeah, and even my father, you know, and my mum, they, because a lot of the food and animals and all that was confiscated, so people went through starvation, suffered severely. So I've heard horrifying stories. Yeah, very evil times. Hopefully they don't come back again. That's my concern for myself and for many of the younger people. Sounds involving work, Neff. Yeah, it's good to see, you know, maybe I should do something like this as well. Sit down with Dad and take some recordings, just some audio recordings. So at some point when I've got free time, yeah, yes, a thought. Bjorn, good to see you, mate. Yeah, it is. Yes, there are a lot of 1933 type similarities. of the early days. So yeah, it is very, very worrying. In addition to taurine, try cabbage juice for a week. It's very effective against H. pylori and high in methylmethionine. Yeah, I've heard about it having a good effect on. You might as well try everything. When you have that sort of stuff, there's nothing wrong with trying. If you've actually got good results, good idea to try a few other options. Cabbage juice isn't going to kill you. And we can reduce the H. pylori event. It's good. Absolutely. There are also episodes, as I say, plants, and I think even Bart would agree with me on this. Plants are medicine. They're not food. And I think Bjorn is pointing that out. They're not food. It's used for as a medical intervention, and plants do have medicinal purposes. There's also episodes where, as I said, and I'll say to Bjorn as well, I don't know enough about cabbage juice. I have never looked into it. So, but you can give it a try. Nothing to lose. It's pretty cheap anyway, cabbage. Just put it down on the, let us know, does it need to be fermented? Is it the beneficial bacteria that are actually doing it, or is there a compound in the cabbage juice? Because I don't know enough about cabbage juice. Are we talking about fermented stuff, or what exactly is there some sort of bacteria that lives on cabbage that has an effect? I haven't looked into it. That's why I'm asking. Tricked. Okay, absolutely. There was also an episode where municipality tricked many farm owners and tricked them for the price of good arable land, mentioned with names that have not come up until now. Okay. Yeah, look, there was a lot of that happened in Greece as well. People were killed and properties were acquired under the guise that these were evildoers against the Nazis and had to be put down. So yeah, there was a lot of, let's say, people that did some very evil things with the occupying forces. But that happens everywhere. There's always going to be cowards, because that's what I consider them, cowards that will basically be useful traitors against their own people, and do sometimes they are even nastier than the occupiers. Because they have to be, because if they lose, they'll be strung up, and they know it. The occupier can always leave the country. So if I cheat 2 days in a row, I start to burp a lot and acid coming up with those burps. Does that mean I have H. in my tummy still? Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe you can't generate enough low pH for some reason. Could be H. pylori, potentially. So sometimes you have to go into mega doses of taurine and use also acidifiers like HCLs and stuff like that to really force the acid levels really high and force the pH very low to cleanse the stomach. It's the reason why people find a lot of comfort with raw meat. It's because it's higher in taurine and actually improves it lowers the pH level and improves the acidic levels to allow the digestion to be much better. Fresh, okay, does not need to be fermented. Fresh juice cabbage is what has been used in studies on ulcers. Cleared ulcers in 1 week at 1 litre juice daily. Okay. Well, I know that basically taurine can heal ulcers, which is that other video, but I've never known cabbage could have that effect. Okay, interesting. Shoot me the study. I'd like to look at it. Raw meat, legit, feels the best to me. Yeah, which may mean that you may have an underlying issue. Yep. I'll still make a video. I mean, because it needs to be, because other people then can view it that won't see this live stream, or other people can pin it for their families and friends, so they can basically. Yes, that is true. Yes, it does. Well, when I talk about taurine, what I really mean is meat and seafood. These are the two high sources of taurine. In an ancestral state, you wouldn't need a supplement. You would get enough from the diet, and you would have very low health issues. The problem is most people today have horrendous amount of health issues. They have not been ancestral. They have literally had their lifestyle and dietary practices have been so horrific, they've caused themselves a lot of health issues. This is why we need to biohack by using higher doses of taurine to fix a lot of these problems. It's, in somebody who is on an ancestral diet from birth, like if you have a child that you've been feeding an ancestral diet, they become a teenager and all that, even an adult, and they've been on an ancestral diet right through, it's no need to. But if somebody's basically been on a sick diet for decades upon decades upon decades, then that changes quite a bit. So, yeah. So it makes a big, big difference at what point you are and what interventions. It's like people, having small amounts of liver. When they kill an animal, they have a bit of the organs and stuff like that as a multivitamin. But if you've got severe deficiencies, you've come from a veganerized diet, you've got severe deficiencies and all that, then, for a couple of months, like 3 months or whatever, eating high amounts of organ meats can replenish a lot of those missing nutrients. So it can have a beneficial effect. So it really depends on where you're coming from. It's the same thing with taurine. It's not something like, I was doing much higher doses. I came back down to about 2-3 grams, and then I basically pushed it back up due to the C19 period, up to 4 grams to, just for the protective effect. So, okay, so that's the study. Okay, vitamin U therapy or peptic ulcer. Okay, I will look into that when I get a chance. So thanks for that. I haven't seen this study. So this is, when was it? 1952. Okay, it's an old study. Thanks. Sometimes even, old studies are being forgotten because they were never cited, which is unfortunate, but that's the problem with our modern world. Unless you're basically working for a pharmaceutical company or a supplement maker to cite your studies over and over again, it doesn't get cited and gets forgotten. No problemo. Yep. Yeah. Look, we're still mammals. Mammals still have a certain. This isn't, when we look at these mechanistic studies, we're looking basically if you give something and tissue is repaired. This is not a dietary thing. We're not comparing diets between rats and humans. We're actually looking at a mechanism, whether a mechanism works in correcting some physiological problem. Our collagen, we all evolved as mammals from very small, like rodent type things. So the genes that encode for collagen, the genes that encode for a lot of these sort of things are very similar. They're not completely different. And so, usually if you apply this to one animal, you apply it to other, and they've actually done experiments with taurine in multiple different animals and seen similar effects. So we know that certain nutrients are part of and parcel of all mammals, and in some cases all eukaryotes. That means from the last couple of billion years, 2 billion years. So the same evolutionary genetics have been passed on for over 2 billion years to all species, eukaryotic species on the planet. So in that regard, those mechanisms will work in all animals the same because they've been encoded. There was no need to change. If it works, it works. You just pass it on to the next generation, to the next species, But certain things, when it comes to nutrition and all that, that's adaptation to specific environments and stuff like that, and enzymes that one can transcript or can't because they've adapted to certain foods in one way or another. That's a different thing altogether. And sometimes there are a bit, some animals do have the other capability where they can still tolerate certain other foods because they've still got some genetics that they inherited from much earlier, and there was no need to ever get rid of them. They're sort of a bit like whales that have got, certain types of legs and stuff like that. They don't use them; they're tucked inside their flesh, but it's sort of a vestigial organ, like our appendix, things like that. So, but yeah, there is utility in some regards and not utility, particularly when we're looking at nutrition. Ignore the rat studies. Completely and utterly inappropriate. When we're looking at mechanisms of specific, there may be some valid utility. That doesn't mean that if you give this nutrient, we're going to get the exact same response, but we will get similar. And when you're trying to find a solution to biohack and repair things, you might as well try. You got nothing to lose, since it may not be as effective, but even small improvements are better than nothing, in my book anyway. Yes. Yes, I just felt the stench. See you, Richard. Thanks for being here, mate. I've been ramping up my touring currently at 8. I'm at 6, a day, thinking about going higher. Yeah, it depends what you're trying to sort. If there is really things that are really causing you any issues, yep. I know some people that have got a number of conditions have gone up to 14 above my 10. I'll openly recommend 10 because there is human research. Anybody argue against that, I can say, look, there's human research, bugger off. But above that, I can't. But even the rat study, that other one, was up to 35 grams. At the end of the day, it's not going to harm you. Sulfur. There is a small minority of people, very small, that may have a poor sulfur clearance. And I usually say to them, have a couple of eggs, because that can be sorted out with choline. So it's not a... And just in case I don't have the genetic SNP to convert methionine to choline, that's the only reason I usually suggest that. But beyond that, I don't really get into too many of the technicalities. Yeah. But it's slow metabolism. That also means a slower brain. We need a study on IQ and metformin users now. In a one I know confirms my concerns. Biggest problem with IQ tests, they are very biased, depending on what they're looking at. If you're looking at academically or spatial acuity, you're going to get very different results. A tribal person would probably do much better on spatial acuity, but somebody who's lives in a modern world and very much computer literate and everything like that would do much better in the other types of testing. So anyway, aside that, metformin, nah, contraindicated. Just don't put the carbs in, and you don't have to worry about using metformin. Second, metformin causes a lot of deficiencies. Thiamine for one, niacin for another. So there's a couple of deficiencies and a couple of mineral deficiencies and all that. So definitely contraindicated in that regard. And this whole notion of metabolism is more tied to carbohydrate metabolism. That's really what it is. You can be in a very ketotic state and basically be uncoupling mitochondria, thermogenically removing a lot of energy out of your system, and at the same time oxidizing quite a lot. So the notion, really, metabolism goes down when you calorically cannot access energy. It's an energy deprivation. So if you're basically eating carbs, but limited carbs, and your insulin is slightly high, then you will have a deficit in energy. If you are extremely skinny and you're trying to do a ketogenic diet, a carnivore diet, and you don't consume enough energy in terms of fat, you will be in an energy deficit, and your body will lower its metabolic rate. So it can happen because it can't access energy due to higher insulin, which is what happens on the carb-centric model, or because you extremely don't have much adipose tissue, energy available on board, and you're basically depriving yourself. So it happens for a lot of different reasons. Because if that was the case, the guy that actually lost, remember, 386 days, lost a lot of weight, old Angus from Scotland, he didn't basically destroy his metabolism, did he? No. But he was in a ketotic state. So he had a lot of energy on board. And as long as they basically provided him with vitamins and minerals, that's not fat-soluble vitamins, they only provided them with water-soluble vitamins as cofactors. Fat-soluble vitamins you will get from your adipose tissue as it shrinks. And because that's where they're stored primarily. A lot in the liver as well, like retinol, but many of the others in the adipose tissue. And as a consequence, you don't need to consume them. But when it comes to basically so when it pretty much comes to somebody fasting, if you're in a ketotic state, you'll be fine. This slowing down of metabolism really happens because of an energy deficit, whether it's caused from high insulin on a carb-centric model or no more adipose in available energy on a fat-restricted ketogenic style. So that's when you're going to start having these problems of your metabolism really slowing down and your reverse T3 going up. So, yes. Anyway, I had a bit of fun with that. And I said it slowly because I wanted to basically make sure that people understood the nuances. Okay, town butcher came up to the farmer and slaughtered 3 horses, and we supplemented the meat with a fire chief who drove it out to the others who needed food during the war. Oh, look, that's good that people basically went out of their way to help each other in very difficult circumstances. Yeah, a lot of livestock were taken. Even in Greece, people basically, some of the horses and mules and donkeys that they used, that they could actually escape with up in the mountains and stuff like that, they were forced to slaughter some of their own animals, which were working animals, which was a problem, again, to basically keep people alive. Yeah. It was amazing how good loyalty people had and did not reveal anything. This went on for many years, which meant that Gestapo did not find out exactly. Have you seen the semen retention guy? No, I haven't. No. He said the less ejaculation, the higher testosterone, but isn't it exactly the other way in the animal kingdom with alpha males and harems? You would think so. Obviously, even in the wild kingdom, they're not going at it continuously on a minute by minute basis, but I suspect that they do have. Yeah, but testosterone will rise and go down. It'll rise and plateau over a number of days. So it does go through certain cycles. I remember seeing some literature years ago. It does go through certain cycles, but I don't know whether semen retention would have any benefit or non-benefit or whatever. Look, I really can't comment unless, but like any cycle, it also depends on the nutrients in the body. Just because you're semen retaining, if you don't have enough cholesterol, enough fat soluble vitamins, enough of the important precursors like zinc and other things like that, selenium, you're not going to get much testosterone. If you were, even if you're take a look at vegans that don't have enough of the nutrients and they abstain, but they basically have very poor testosterone levels, so because they don't have the precursors to create it. That's why they have a lot of, a lot of people that eat a lot of kibble tend to have a lot of, reproductive problems, so to speak. So, no, I haven't actually. So, okay. Yeah. Interesting. I may have to go on and take a look at it and see what he's saying. Testosterone peaks after 1 week of not ejaculating, then returns to baseline. Is that what he was saying? Okay. Well, it does go through a bit of a cycle, but I don't know whether you need to abstain to basically go through that cycle. Don't know what he was saying. But I'll have to look into it at some stage. Where's the use? Use it or lose it. Find yourself a pack of llamas. Have fun. I have to keep working. Hope all you have a great day. I'll have to watch this class against Lita. CNF. Thanks, mate, for tuning up. Oops. Retention of testosterone. Kind of sounds like saying staying in ketosis for the sake of producing useless ketones. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Don't know. Don't know enough about whether semen retention. I've never seen really. I really haven't looked into any studies, so you'd have to look into studies to actually really properly see cycles. The only thing that I know is testosterone and also reproductive things. It's more than just retention. I mean, there's actually like Reuteri and Rhamnosus as bacterial strains actually help increase sperm. Not in everyone, but most people, most males. But there are other nutrients as well that actually can increase the sperm count and can help improve the sperm count as well. And actually also the swimming capability of the sperm, as I've pointed out. So, and these are found in animal nutrition primarily. So I don't know whether retention is going to actually do anything. Maybe you end up with a bigger load at the end of the week. I don't know. I've never seen any real research. Don't know. But I'd like to see some research actually showing quite clearly that this is actually happening. You've got a control group and a non-control group. Maybe there is some research out there. Maybe I'm ignorant on the subject. Could be. Yes. Thank you, Neff. Yes, please hit the like button. Or if you're a Vagoon out there and don't like me, please hit the dislike button. Thanks for your response. I've ramped up taurine to 15, 20 grams a day this week, and I'm fine. I tried 25 once, and I had terrible GI cramps and wind. Lesson learned. Yeah, I don't look. Those are, as I said, I've never recommended really those high levels, but 14, 15, 10. I usually recommend therapeutic levels between 6 and 10, depending on what we're trying to resolve with people. But yeah, too much can be a potential issue. And it can vary between people. But I think I'm safe to say with human research, 10 is where I'd like, if people want to venture a bit higher than that a bit, that's fine. 15, 14, somebody else was doing 14, so no issue whatsoever. And if you're basically not really getting, I wouldn't stay up in those levels for like a very long time, but a short time, like a couple of months, like 3 months, is probably not going to harm you. It probably may even benefit you a bit faster than just being at the lower level. I just like to play it a bit safer, because when I'm recommending things to a whole lot of people, they got to be things that are not going to, because of the different genetics, put anyone at risk. So mine are generalized, but if people do something outside that, may not be an issue, depending. That can happen in small amount in some people. Yeah, that can happen in some people, So other people can be up to 10, 15, not an issue. So it really depends on that regard. So the reasons, not sure. There's no research to basically tell us exactly. But it's not basically like arrhythmias or stuff like that, because actually taurine improves and eliminates arrhythmias. It's been research on that, because it prevents remodeling and actually improves at that. But seems in some people they actually have this stronger like beat, in a sense. It's just in some people. We don't know why exactly. And it can vary on the dosage, especially in high doses. But it's not something that's going to put, and it usually is in people that get anxious very easily, because that's another anxiety thing, which you'd think taurine at high doses would increase GABA and bring down that whole thing. But for some reason, some counter-regulatory thinking is actually operating, which we don't know because we don't have any research, and is actually preventing to get that sort of therapeutic effect. So maybe it's something in the gut bacteria that is actually through the vagus nerve influencing. We do not know. Unfortunately, I don't know. I've looked and looked and looked, but I haven't found anything to indicate why this may or may not be happening. So, g'day, Shell. But it's, yeah, it's one of those things. We're very ignorant on a lot of things, unfortunately. I've been taking 500 milligrams of milk thistle tablets, 3 extra grams of taurine for bile malabsorption, and it seems to do the trick. Yep. However, I go every third day. Eventually, things will sort themselves out because milk thistle does help with reabsorption and also for improving the enzymes involved with bile acids. So it will help, and sticking to the taurine, that will help it as well. They work synergistically, basically, especially when people are having malabsorption issues. Not everyone has malabsorption issues and doesn't require milk thistle. I did require milk thistle, but others don't. So it's not, I don't blanketly, if somebody tells me they're having, a lot of, going from constipation to run to diarrhea, constipation to diarrhea, that tells me they're having a malabsorption issue. But if they're just basically constipated, then basically they're not producing enough bile to emulsify the fats, because the fats are really required to help with softening the stool as well. So there's that sort of issue. It depends. No, just getting out and getting the signaling, not looking at the sun like Zverich. Well, in your case, you could actually point your bum towards the sun, a bit of bum worshipping. Give that a try. It could work for you. Only use 3 grams a day. Give it time, boys. Healing takes time. Exactly. Yes. I've just recently been doing 6. I was doing 3. I went to 4. And I was just recently doing, I'll tell you why I've been doing it. I've been doing it deliberately to see if it would get down my, my scar tissue. I've still had about 18 to 19% left on my left lung. So before I go back and do my other test, I just want to do a month, an extra month maybe, of a bit higher intake and see whether I can get to 0. I know. Because I don't want to have to basically go back and do another bloody scan in a couple of years' time. I'd like to just basically just tick that off and another one out. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. So, yeah. I really hope that I'm at 0. I'm sort of disappointed with myself because I was doing 6, and then I dropped to 3. And I probably should have stayed on 6 for those last couple of years. I'm just hoping that didn't slow down my progress with a fibrosis in the lung. I'm hoping. I'll find out soon enough when I go and do the test. Harry, why can animals eat food that are laying in the dirt or is very unhygienic in other ways, and we humans are delicate and vulnerable? pH isn't the difference, only not you. They're not used to. Look, we used to basically be scavengers as well. We could actually, and if you go back, many people used to consume raw meat, raw dairy, a lot of raw things and all that. The reason for it is basically that we had a very well-regulated immune system and very well-regulated gut microbiome. Remember what I said a while back? We lost about up to 90% of the population in the US is believed to be missing key lactobacillus type strains of bacteria and key bifidobacteria type strains like Ephantis and a few others. And I think that's these, and also the lack of taurine to have actually good stomach digestion. And I think if you've been on a very, very high kibble diet for an extremely long time, your stomach isn't operating properly. And it can take possibly up to 7 years to restore proper stomach function. That's with taurine supplementation together with meat, because you've got turnover of cells and you've also got a lot of tissue that needs to be healed, repaired, that possibly from SIBO, from H. pylori, many other things has been damaged, so it doesn't work properly. And these are problems that can take longer to heal and fix themselves so the body works properly in that regard. So, and also some of these beneficial bacteria, like the stuff that when you come out of your mother's birth canal, you pick up on these, you get these. Well, you're supposed to, you used to. Now, with glyphosate that actually mimics antibiotics and excessive antibiotic use, what we've done is we've killed off a lot of these bacteria in a lot of the people that lived in developed countries that have overly abused these antibiotic compounds, both the ones that mimic, which are the glyphosate, the Roundup, that sort of stuff, and basically, your regular antibiotics. So that's, and you remember when you're taking, because Monsanto's or Bayer now own the patent, and there is a patent in all the offices around the world that glyphosate and Roundup has got an antibiotic effect. So this is not me saying it, it's them saying it. Now, where a lot of people are consuming for multiple decades, a lot of foods, GMO foods and other foods that are using Roundup and glyphosate. Now, it's like taking antibiotics every day each time you have a meal. So we've caused massive derangement and changed the speciations or the gut microbiome in large amounts. And that is why we're more vulnerable to these sort of compounds. They've actually even seen it in some of the animals in zoos where they've used antibiotics on them. They are more prone after they've used antibiotics to certain pathogens. That means they've lost some sort of protection which they originally had. And then they continue giving them antibiotics until they slaughter them. So obviously we've wrecked a number of things and made ourselves more susceptible. You take a look at basically the ability of the more robust immune system due to vitamin D and the diet and the ancestral living of Maasai. And then the kids go off to school. And with glyphosate products, antibiotic mimicking products, the grains and all that they're getting imported, that they're using, that they're providing food to the kids, plus the seed oils, they're stuffing their digestive tract. As a consequence, when they go back to the tribal areas, they're more susceptible. As Mary, when she talked to the parents, was saying that the kids that are coming back from school are more susceptible. Poor vitamin D status, being indoors and having darker skin, much easier to get a vitamin D deficiency. And vitamin D is very important even for the beneficial bacteria. Remember my protocol of 3 months plus vitamin D in order to restore those beneficial bacteria. The protocol that I talk about, the 50 milligram of all the different B vitamins. So that tells you quite clearly the reason why we're sort of delicate in a sense, one way, or vulnerable, Stefan, as you would say. So yeah, we've got a lot of work to restore. And one great thing about taurine, what it does is it actually promotes the beneficial bacteria. Obviously, it's not alone. It does require all the other stuff to work together. The ancestral foods, the sun, the vitamin D, all these things. The B vitamins are very high in animal foods. You still need all the nutrition and all that together in their combination to basically get things to work properly. And sometimes for some of us, it can take longer than others. In the past, I would have been very susceptible to infections. I'm not anymore. So I consider myself bulletproof. And, things drop on the ground. I've picked them up and eaten them. I wouldn't have done that in the past. I would have been too scared, too terrified. We have a 3-second rule, which really is bullshit, because the moment it falls down, if there's any bacteria there, it's going to stick. So yeah. So I would say there is a lot of truth in living ancestrally and living in our modern world that does a lot of derangements and a lot of damn damage to our bodies. My hubby's drinking 1 glass of sauerkraut juice at once. Within 15 minutes, he runs to the toilet. He says, it's a good cleanse. Is it a good idea? I drink slowly through the day and still no poop. I don't know enough about it. Yeah. Well, in your case, you've got very high H. pylori, and H. pylori does cause problems, constipation problems as well. So malabsorption issues and all sorts of things. You gotta hit it you gotta really up you're probably a person that should go really high on taurine to sort this out with HCLs, to try and force the acidity up, try and make it a very inhospitable environment for H. pylori. It's just me. Ah, yes. What is that? Some little critter? Looks like a wallaby, a little wallaby or something like that. Or is it a baby kangaroo? Hi, Harry. Is there a logical explanation to why there is high protein in the spike? Seems like many reports of it at the start, and even more now, from very credible people. Just looking at your opinion. Thanks. Look, I do not see a problem. Look, the spike is the spike is the spike. It's the way it is designed by the virus. So whether it's coming from the jab, the mRNA one, or it's coming from the actual virus, it's irrelevant in that regard. I think people are making out certain things which they have not proven mechanisms. So they talk about things and I go, show me the mechanism. I recently saw something. If you go back to my earlier video, I'm not going to discuss it now, but I did discuss about some Israeli research that looked at some mechanisms that they've actually uncovered in the way the actual virus itself suppresses some of the oxidative phosphorylation activity within the mitochondria and seem to push up glycolytic pathways to get an advantage through the ribosomal replication system, which is very interesting. And I do cover it in my earlier video, so you'll have to go back and check that one out. I give a very detailed explanation. It'll save me to do it here. But some of the stuff that people are reporting, it's a bit like the prion nonsense. They don't understand protein folding. Again, they lost the plot there for whatever reason. I've not convinced with some of the arguments that people are making, and I actually say, show me the mechanistic evidence that this is happening, and nobody's actually been able to show me anything. they usually go hide and run away. But obviously, I say that if you want to protect yourself, have a robust immune system. And the robust immune system comes from taurine, because taurine will protect the mitochondria in terms of ROS signaling, and also will actually has an effect on the protein folding, which has an inhibits in a way the exploitation by the disease, or even by the inappropriate experimental jab. But yeah, so in both cases, a species appropriate diet with taurine and good vitamin D status are your best options. And we need to keep away from experimental garbage that was used in oncology. As I pointed out in one of my videos, should you take the Jabba the Hutt? And I quite clearly explained the oncology data and other related issues why you shouldn't. And that was all the mRNA stuff, But yes, I do cover that in my earlier video. So maybe that other person will make a clip of it. My great-grandmother spent 2 years in German prisons for telling a German soldier to fuck off when he asked him for a cigarette. Yeah, it didn't take much in those days. He should consider himself lucky he wasn't shot. Yes, those are very dangerous times in that regard, but good for him. Yes, my grandfather basically remained in the village because he had fought in the First and Second World War, and remained in the village and to look after everyone else in that regard. His brother, he was in the resistance, and my grandfather provided them with food supplies. They're in the mountains, so so in that regard, they used to have to hide food underground in different areas in order to make sure that the occupying forces had no idea where it was, and they just claimed that they were starving and they wanted food, and they just ignored them. They said, "Oh, we don't care. As long as you don't have something that we can steal off you, off the local population." They just moved on. So yeah, pretty much that was so different. People played different roles in those times, in that regard. Dylan, good to see you, mate. Potentially. It depends. It all comes down to how fresh it is, because it's basically, if it's been done earlier and then it's been left out, it can lose fluids, and with fluids, so does taurine and vitamin C. When I get like ground beef, I don't buy it at the supermarket. I either buy it at the farmer's market. That means they have just done it and then sealed it, so you've lost nothing. Or I've gone to a butcher and said, "Can you, do me a kilo?" And they'll do a kilo. Bang, done. Which is about a bit of 2.2 pounds for those on the non-metric system, and that's how I sort of do it. So it's a non-issue. But sometimes I'll actually ask them to put it in some hearts and sort of combine it and do it there in one hit. They put it in a plastic bag, and then I take it home and then I put it in my containers. And usually, by the time I take it home, I'll put it in a bowl. I'll throw in eggs and all that, mix it up all together, turn it into patties, and then I'll put some patties in the fridge, others in the deep fridge for another day. And then basically I'll cook those in, the next 1 or 2 days, the ones. So that's how I sort of do it. To me, I don't use the regular supermarket stuff that's on the shelf, that will have lost both taurine and vitamin C. So it's it's contraindicated to do it that way. The supermarket stuff, the stored stuff. Yeah. So if you can get it done there and then, or you're getting it from a farmer's market where they've actually done it on the day, sealed it in packages, and then come in to the farmer's market, and it's on that day, because some will actually say it was this morning or yesterday, and they'll bring it in. That will have less loss. So it depends. It really depends in that regard. In the old days, it used to be fresh. You used to go to the butcher and get it done, and then take it away with you. Nowadays, we go to the supermarket. Maybe some of us need to change and go back to the butcher and get it freshly minced. I won't buy from the actual. I'll say I want freshly minced with throwing a heart or two, a couple of hearts. But that's how I do it. So, and I don't mind paying a few shekels extra, but yeah. But to recharge my always strapped up to my head Bluetooth headphones for bettering my tinnitus in solidarity with DJ Projectus. So facetious of you. So you like to bombard yourself with non-native EMF as much as possible. Explains everything. Yes, that was the cabbage thing. Yep. I'll look into that. Yes. You still need to work on your gut microbiome. G'day, Robert. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, look, I do enjoy having a bit of raw meat now and then as well. I'd really like to see Bart try it. You know, that would be funny. And for Pim to record it. That would be even funnier. With Ted right next to him, pointing the... But do you think it's the sulfur in the cabbage, like you're having the onions, that it's probably having that effect? Maybe. Haven't looked into it at all. Interesting to find out. Maybe the sulfur in it does have an effect, Alex, potentially. Be interesting. But also there will be in plants certain anti-nutrients, but in the short term, it's probably not going to be a big issue anyway. And at the end of the day, it is, yeah, look, I don't know enough. I need to look into it too when it comes to that. There you go. Dylan's also got a bit of info. It won't hurt, you know, if you take taurine and you take, you know, yeah, why not? You know, why not? Go for it. If you can eliminate or bring it down to a manageable level or eliminate it completely, yeah. At the end of the day, we're trying to heal. We're not going to get too ideological about it. Plants, as we've said, me and Bart, basically have medicinal compounds and can be useful. I mean, milk thistle is a plant compound and has, you know, an important effect on improving the bile acid, sort of the enzymes involved with it. So why not use it? We don't consider it food, but we consider it something that has other therapeutic uses. I wish the oceans were less polluted. I would eat a ton of seafood in that case. Yeah, look, we're pretty lucky down here. I can buy from the Southern Ocean, which the oceans down here are quite clean. In terms of a lot of heavy metals and stuff like that, and the nutritional profile of the seafood down here is better as well. So, yeah, in that regard. Yeah, eggs do. Yeah. Eggs are pretty good in taurine, pretty good in choline. Yeah, they're friggin' good in that regard. No, yeah, they definitely are. So, yeah, you're not gonna go in any way. I mean, that guy, remember the one that was eating 25 eggs a day? I mean, he would have been on 8-9 grams of taurine every single day because of the eggs all his life for, well, I don't know, maybe, but for multiple decades. So I don't think even at those high levels of 10 grams over multiple decades, you're going to really get into any trouble in that regard. Whether we all need to be at those very high levels continuously is another thing. But, if you think about it, this old geezer doing 25 eggs on average, was doing up to, 25. It means that some days he was doing 30, sometimes he was doing 24. On some rare occasions, he was treating himself up to 30 with his egg addiction. But this 88-year-old, had an addiction. What can you do? Well, he enjoyed it, his addiction. So, yeah, he was for a very long time. If we thinking about it, I forgot to, sometimes, now that you actually, and I go, yeah, obviously that guy that was eating all the eggs, he would have been on quite high taurine as well, So you would have been on 8-9 grams easy per day for multiple years, decades. So, yeah. So I think we can tolerate very high doses for a very long time in that regard, and seem to function quite well. Also, the high choline in the eggs would have also, any excess sulfur would have been dealt with anyway. So I think when you have, that's why foods are much better in that regard, but when we're dealing with certain conditions, we sometimes need to, it's not practical always for many people. Nobody's going to sit around and consume 24 eggs a day or something like that. So we've got to make it practical. Ah, yes. I've already looked into the methionine. You've probably seen some of my recent videos talking about methionine playing very important biological processes, even having some similar effects like taurine as well. So, yes. And there's, creatine and carnitine and, many other interesting compounds and peptides that basically have a lot of benefit. So, yes. But I've got Dad on creatine as well. So that improves his energy as an old person. So he basically will take a bit in the morning and a bit in the evening when he does his exercises and stuff like that. But primarily, I try to get him to do it more in the morning. And that just gives him that extra energy. And he's 87 now, but so that extra energy, really, you see him running around, getting around town, moving around. He's always on the go, old boy. So, yeah. So there's a lot of different things you can take to get going. I mean, I'll probably you know, if I get to his age, I'll probably, you know, increase my creatine levels as well at that stage. Now I get enough from food, you know, and it's only when I do a bit of training that I take it before half an hour. But if I'm, you know, if I get to my beyond 65 and all that, I'll be probably taking it on a more regular basis. You know, just, yeah, more as a biohack. Well, that's what Dad's doing currently. So, yes, very much so, Robert. Very much. Harry should do a T-shirt with Bart, but with a bull symbolising taurine. I should do a bull one. Yes, and yes, creatine. Yes. Carnitine. Yes, very much. Yes, when you do complete your epic piece of work, Neff, do shoot me a copy if you don't mind. I'd love to read it. All right, that some with autism might have genetic mutation or something else where it would benefit from carnitine. Yeah, they would, from carnitine, choline, taurine, from a lot of these sort of important things. There's actually, if you look, most important aminos, they are, most autistic people tend to be a bit lower in those sort of things. And and they would benefit from a steak every day minimum, or some supplementation. Taurine also levels amongst autistic people is much lower, and highly statistically, correlated with autism. So is vitamin D. But because vitamin D and taurine in particular, because remember, taurine is not just a sulfur amino acid. It also facilitates the transport. It's an amino transport. It transports amino acids, other amino acids. And so it has a really important role in these, it's regulating all these things in the mitochondria. It's regulating signaling, ROS signaling in the actual, your cytoplasm, where you've got the endoplasmic reticulum. It's basically there also affecting protein folding and other things. So it's, involved in, the transcription in the ribosomes within those pockets. So it's so critical. I would put taurine right at the top of all the others for that reason, because it is so heavily involved in so many areas out of all the amino acids when it comes to autism. I'd put it right at the top out of all of them, and vitamin B above that. So that would be my sort of approach. But there's other, fat soluble vitamins, but other things that are very important as well. But those two would be and it's usually children that don't get enough taurine. And if the mother's milk, they don't get enough breastfeeding, it affects brain development. You can take taurine away. You can, and I can tell you, you can take certain amino acids and the body can still sort of cope, sort of can, through enzymes, rebuild certain types of things. You deliberately knock out in a mice, basically, then you'll kill it, because taurine is so bloody important. Yes, carnosine, I did mention it earlier. Yes, very much. For fun's sake, yes, why not? Why not? Do you think that's really high dietary fat consumption throughout Neolithic in Ireland created vitamin A genetic characteristics? Nope. It was basically their high cod liver consumption, cod liver oil. See, dairy has a lot of carotenoids as well. So it's not just vitamin A, but a combination of getting, because look, other populations have had dairy as well. The Swiss and many other populations, the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, dairy was quite endemic. No, it's not the dairy. The dairy would have had a minor effect. The big one was cod liver oil. They were the Icelandic population, the populations of Ireland and parts of the Hebrides, which is the Outer Hebrides and those sort of areas of Scotland, and those sort of areas, they heavily consumed cod liver and cod meat. As a consequence, they would have been exposed to very high levels of retinol, and what happened was the body just downregulated those enzymatic pathways over a number of generations. And that's pretty much what happened. So, obviously dairy does add to it, but it's not the big player. The big player was cod liver. And now the goons that have got those sort of characteristics go orange. Ah, yes. They get that special glow, a bit like my glasses. I'm drizzling honey on my steak, guys. Don't knock it until you've tried. No need to fear fructose in the food matrix, Paul. God. Is that what he's saying, Robert? Oh, God. A true repeat disciple. Lean meats and fructose. Yes. Gotta laugh. I posted a response to a thread Reddit about why animals don't get tooth decay. Humans get tooth decay because they are on a species inappropriate diet. Exactly. Got instantly deleted by the mods. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It is absolutely ridiculous. Freaking hell. Gotta laugh. Yes, definitely. I mean, he went around looking at all these tribal populations and taking snapshots, and whenever they moved off their ancestral diet, they went to hell in a handbasket. I mean, just take a look. The nirvana of all diets. It's the vegetarian diet on steroids. Ancient Egypt. High carbohydrate diet, low fat diet. Everybody's got man boobs. Everybody's overweight. Everybody's got cardiovascular disease, and everybody's got the worst. I mean, they had the dentistry was one of their biggest industries in ancient Egypt. Say no more. Just take a look at the Vagoons. They're always constantly going to their dentist. They live outside their dentist's office, some of them. Yes, ridiculous. Yeah, I don't bother. I think most of them are basically just tosses. I've read some of those stuff and I go, this just doesn't make sense. Some of them don't even understand basic biochemistry or physiology. And you're going, that is not what's in the book. Not even reductionists explain it better than some of these people. So, yeah, I don't think you're going to learn too much on websites like that. What foods should a freedom trucker get their hands on a big juicy steak, you should be sending them out a beautiful juicy steak. Yes, send them the good stuff. Actually, I saw a guy from Quebec who had driven about 14 hours with his family, and he was basically making bacon and eggs early in the morning. Good for him. Nothing like milk. Is maple syrup better than honey? They're just as bad. Agave is even worse because that's just heavy. That's the highest fructose source you can actually get amongst those sort of sweeteners. Sort of what we call the natural sweeteners. So yeah, that would be worse. I'm maple syrup or honey. I don't really know the exact fructose composition of maple syrup, so I can't comment on that. But I know agave is very high in fructose, so definitely shit. You know, it's like being on a fatty liver meal. Yeah, I don't waste my time. It's like a lot of these sort of sites have become, they're no longer a place where you can actually have proper debate, discussions about things. They've really become, this is our belief, doctrine, and if you don't sort of fall within that, we just basically delete you. So it's no different than Facebook and a lot of the others. It's just become a toxic environment for free speech. It's just the censorship is just increasing in all these, just going up and up until it goes like this, you know, exactly, until we get that fascism. So we're in the beginnings of the new fascism. Yes, where we will be told we don't need to own anything. The big corporates will own everything. They'll price us out of existence with their cheap money. They'll overinflate everything. And then, yeah, definitely we won't be owning anything. So, yes, nothing like a good crisis to make things, to impoverish people, and to then reflate the system with more cheap money to basically appreciate assets even to higher levels than before. So making it even harder for the average person to ever afford anything. Yes. The you will own nothing is very much in the makings. I think they just miscalculated this time with their green revolution, and they've really sort of upended a bit the system and could push it into hyperinflation, and that could be a problem for them as well. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Some of the people on those sort of sites are just waffling garbage. I agree, Bjorn, very much. It has an anti-vegan section though, does it now? You seem to know quite a bit. Let's ask them how often that section users get censored by promoting enemas exploitation. I'll leave you to do that. Have fun. I'd imagine. It causes sleep apnea. What? Oh, sorry. What causes sleep apnea? I'm just, species inappropriate diet is probably the quickest way to get there. Some people are more susceptible than others. It seems that some, like this sort of area. My sort of area is because I was a premature child and my face is slightly, it has improved. It was narrower when I was younger, and it's sort of, it has slightly come out, my jaw, a bit in recent times. It's sort of pulling that sort of, where before it was slightly different. So it has changed a bit in morphology in recent years. And that was causing me sleep apnea and snoring and all that. But yeah, now it's gone away and I can sleep properly. So I think to a large extent, and I've actually got a narrower, so there are probably some people a bit more susceptible than others. So when you put on weight as well, those sort of areas can become slightly narrower. So, but that differs between people, and it's probably genetics in that regard. But obviously, a species inappropriate diet does not help in these things. It makes things worse. Most people, when they move to a more carnivore, a more low carb diet, these issues go away. So the exact mechanisms, there's a lot of speculation, but yeah, we still don't really know. And I haven't really found any credible science to really elucidate or explain some of the actual mechanisms. But obviously there are some in the tissues around the throat and other things that do play a role, but it's not very clear how. Also, it seems that important fat-soluble vitamins for better and the gas exchanges seem to have a role as well with your lungs. So when you actually improve your lungs with fat-soluble vitamins and the sort of animal foods like taurine plays a role, it seems to improve that whole situation. It seems to allow better gas exchanges and better sort of the sort of pressure differential, or the way the cells that line the throat and all that work. And there is, remember, your whole digestive tract from mouth to anus is collagen. It's protein, but so obviously with taurine having a remodeling effect on collagen, which is in foods, would have improved the remodeling of this sort of part of the physiology. And that may be playing a role, but we don't have any research. So it'd be great to have research where we had people with sleep apnea and people without sleep apnea, and absolutely, put them on certain species appropriate diet and a non-species appropriate diet, the standard diet, and see what happens. So we have seen some research in terms of Atkins, like observational studies, where they've pointed out people on Atkins diet do better in sleep apnea, like pilot studies in the past. But yeah, nobody's actually really done deep analysis to demonstrate mechanisms in humans. So I think that a species appropriate diet does improve things, and probably does reverse things, from what I've seen from all these anecdotes and stuff like that. But the exact compounds or nutrients in the animal foods that are playing the role, don't really know. I have a suspicion that taurine is playing a role and the fat-soluble vitamins are playing a role, but in a very different way. But I've got no proof. Probably taurine more in the remodeling of those tissues, and the fat-soluble vitamins in controlling the expression of matrix metalloproteinases, the MMPs. But yeah, I haven't. Yeah, probably look, it's something that I have been. It's on my list of things to research, but I haven't researched. So yeah, I need to do a bit of a research on it before I really give a definitive thing. I've sort of not given it the sort of level of importance. It's probably because, there are other more important things like cancer and many other things. And it seems that when people lose a bit of weight and they eat a more species appropriate diet and their insulin comes down, it seems to really correct a lot of the sleep apnea for most people. So it's easy to just say, people, well, get on an appropriate diet, and usually these things will go away and sort themselves out. Yeah, it's very closely associated with being on a kibble diet, especially a sad kibble diet. I'm unselfish. I don't retain my semen. I donate it. My vitamin boosts to lucky girls. Good for you. I hope they appreciate it. Angel, good to see you here. Oh God, I used metformin for 5 years. Did you now? Look, don't beat yourself up. A lot of people did. It's just one thing that people did. It's just one of those realities. A lot of us, have done and all that. Sometimes we look for easy solutions. We've grown up in a pill culture. Look, even myself, sometimes I have to remind myself that we're using certain things as an intervention. That's why I usually say to people, use this for 3 months or use that to correct things. But it's not you're supposed to get your nutrition from food, from real food, ultimately. People have lived to become centenarians and they never took a supplement in their life. But also they didn't consume massive amounts of seed oils and refined sugars and everything else under the sun. So we've done quite a bit of damage that we need to heal. And that's why we do some of these protocols and things like that. What are you telling me to make friends with a herd of furries? Are you sure that's a good idea? Probably not a good idea. Could be exciting for you, but that's a different thing altogether. Yeah. Losing weight usually seems to improve it. But also the remodeling that happens on a species appropriate diet, I think, also help, because there are people with thick necks, have a bit of adiposity, but still don't have sleep apnea, and others that are actually thinner and have it. So there could be a collagen derangement as well, where things sort of constrict too much. So it's one of those hard things because we've never done experiments to really work out what really is the case. Shelley, my dear, how are you? Yes, it'd be very, very, very early in the morning for you, my dear. So that's what happens when you're on a farm. You get up very, very early. Because I did the same. Sleepless night again, Harry. Oops. G'day, mate. Steve Mick. Hi, Harry. Love the shades. Circadian rhythms. Blue blocking and green blocking frequencies. Keeping it. Your thoughts on the rollout of the Novavax? There's only seems to be a few clinics who are going to offer it. Do you think that they are being pushed to only push the... It seems like it. I don't have any evidence to say and all that, but like even down here in Hobart, for instance, I sort of contacted, and pretty much there was only one clinic that had ordered, one pharmacy. And that's the one up in Davey Street. If anybody's in Hobart, it's in Davey Street. And there was one in the city that said, oh, they're thinking about it. They haven't decided. They may send through a request. But they said, we've got enough of the other stuff, some of them. And the only reason why the Davey Street one has put in an order for is because they had an AstraZeneca arm, and that's coming to an end. So they need to replace it with something. So Novavax was available, so they jumped on it. So it is a bit like that. If certain pharmacies have certain stock of certain ones, they probably won't bother, where others will. That especially the ones that took a lot of Astra, and so they need to replace it with something because so that's what is happening. So it's a hit and miss, and it's unclear which ones or not. I suspect next week there should be a list of the pharmacies that are going to be offering it. So you'll have to go to the government website. Just give me a sec and I'll find it. No, it's all of that. Just have to fire up my WhatsApp's one because I actually sent a link to my brother. Because they need it for the, they go to businesses and stuff like that. They won't allow them in unless they are. Okay, downloading messages from my phone. Okay. Does a bit of research for me, so he usually finds certain studies and stuff like that, which is really good. Oops. So this is the Finder service. I'll just share. So that's the Finder service. Current government one. So what you do is you select the one you want. Now, obviously, they don't have the Novavax there yet, but let's say that was the Novavax as an example. I put that, North Hobart, where I'm at, and then I can search the clinic and it will tell me all the different clinics that actually provide that and their bookings, websites and stuff like that, as you can see. So that's how it works. So you put your postcode and the one that you select. So that's how that works in that regard. So oops, don't want that for privacy purposes. my brothers. And the other one is this one here. They've only got these ones now, and then you can actually, and that's the Davey Street Discount Pharmacy for those in in Hobart. And currently they've only got these. So hopefully next week they will have they'll have included here the Novavax as an option to select, and it'll be just basically hitting that one and then going off to the booking, and then you do the booking through here. So pretty much that's how that works. I don't think there's going to be any other pharmacy. It's probably going to be, that's going to be basically the two ones that are going to be available. But at least you can basically then, rather than actually having to call a whole lot of pharmacies, you'll be able to know which ones the government's actually authorized and they've actually got a contract with for the type. And once it's actually available on that one, the first one, then those in Hobart can check that one to see when it's available in that pharmacy for booking. Because I don't think there's going to be many other pharmacies in Hobart that are going to be, there may be another one or maybe two, but it seems that's the only one that's actually very low. They no longer have Astra, and they will probably replace Astra with Novavax. So that's what's going to happen in that. Yeah, you're welcome, mate. Yeah, so I think that's how it's going to play out. So, yes. We all love censorship. I mean, our dear friend, Mark Zuckerberg, how different. I mean, he just lost $35 billion. I mean, I was devastated when I heard that. Poor Mark, $35 billion poorer. Absolutely devastated. Is a cheap cooking lard in the supermarket also low in deuterium? I guess it might even be refined, but it doesn't mention on the label. I have no idea. There are a lot of different products around. Some can be adulterated. You have to be very, very careful to check what they actually say. So in Tasmania, the stuff that we get in some of the supermarket stuff is pretty much, it's all 100%. Even an animal that's eating grains or whatever, the pig has even better detox capacity than us. So they usually clean up a lot of the things in their body. They can be in sheer filth, whatever conditions. And also they've got very good, because they're outdoors all the time, and their skin's always exposed to UV. They tend to have lower deuterium. Even when they're eating crap, the fat still has lower deuterium. So yeah, so you're pretty much safe as long as it's not adulterated with something else. You got to read the label. If it's 100% lard, not a problem. If it's not, I'd leave it there and wouldn't take it, because it may have seed oils. They do that sometimes in some products to make them softer, a softer lard, as if I want seed oils to make it softer. Get a bit of taurine in you, and in the evenings, and trying to get yourself to calm yourself down and lower your, because it'll actually blunt. You may still be running higher cortisol levels, so you need to blunt them, and taurine does blunt them. You may have to go to higher doses to give it a try to blunt the cortisol levels. And yes. Do you know why urine is used as medicine in India? No idea, but I think it's a bunch of crackpottery nonsense. Look, in the past, people used mercury and many other wonderful, inappropriate things, which they thought were medicinal. But it doesn't mean they are. There's no research, let alone those people are eating also a high carbohydrate diet. And the way you remove deuterium is through the urine. Let me put it this way. Your deuterium intake to be optimal for long life and healthy life and for your good mitochondrial health should be around 130 parts per million or less. At that level, your body can cope. Above that level, not a good idea, contraindicated. So sugar can be anywhere between 145 to 160 parts per million. The more refined, the worse. So if you're having something like a pumpkin, sweet potato, something like that, it's going to be in the lower range. Something similar to animal protein, but we do not oxidize animal protein unless we're in starvation situations, so it's a non-issue. But when it comes to seed oils, it can be double that of sugar, like 255 parts per million. Very high. Well, when it comes to urine, the levels can be anywhere between 300 and 600. And the more veganurized diet you have, the higher the levels. Body's trying to get rid of the stuff. Drinking it isn't a good idea. So, yeah. People do some crazy things. In the past, they used to do all sorts of crazy things. They even gave them mercury. Yes, mercury. It was medicinal, apparently. Yeah, so, yes, that's medicinal as well. That's where it comes from. It's sort of a yogi nonsense, purification or whatever. So I'm not having a go at disrespectful towards their faith, but I would say that some of these other practices, not every Indian does, but some people in their little cults do, and not a good idea. The pick up your peanut butter within 3-second thing was invented with future mask mandates in mind. Of course, both work 99% of the time. You're so facetious. Far too facetious. Dark humor. I had the same problem earlier this year. I had a headache all day. Oh, yeah. Urine therapy, yes. Our dear friend Cole is doing that. Crazy things. I wouldn't call it urine therapy. I would call it urine poisoning of the mitochondria. Yes. Yeah. Keep yourself, look after yourself, my dear. Urine therapy is pseudoscience, totally garbage, exactly. I couldn't have said you. Actually, that's how I should have explained it. Thanks, Shell. That's exactly how I should have explained it. Yes, I just wanted to be a bit more nuanced. Yes, it is absolutely garbage. Yes, deuterium therapy, nothing like it. Yes. You got to laugh at a Shell for that. That's points, Alex. Crown your own. Get a meat grinder. Thanks, Eric. Always great to see you on these streams. Thanks for doing these. You're welcome, mate. I enjoy them, actually. I enjoy interacting with you guys. Sometimes you ask me things and I go, and then it gives me a reason to go and actually research something new. So, I mean, beyond with these cabbage things, I'd like to find out exactly the compounds that are having that effect. That'd be interesting. I find those things interesting. So, and then I may find something nuanced, which may take me in a different direction or combine some things to get a better result. At the end of the day, we're all trying to heal, do things. We've done inappropriate things in the past. And I've found that, yes, I was motivated because I had certain conditions to learn a lot of things. But obviously, I haven't suffered everything. I've suffered a lot of different ailments, believe me, but not everything. And so interacting with you guys and giving me your anecdotes, your experiences, your own, little quirks of wisdom of N of one, things like that, and then looking at some of the literature, I'm able to pull all that together and come up with something better. And it sort of challenges me as well. So the thanks goes both ways, so to speak, Robert. It goes both ways. I see it as a platform, as a sort of as a way of interacting, and for me to challenge you guys and you to challenge me as well. I see it as a learning thing for both of us. I think it's important. Why is it only lamb meat to buy, but never the meat of adult sheep? You mean mutton? Would it be too tough? Well, you should ask Richard that. He has a lot of mutton, pre-loved animal foods, but he's gone to sleep now. That's the thing. Yes, those Kiwi boys, yes, they love their mutton. Yes, old and furry. Yes, I'll just remove myself from the gutter. And because Wacky Toaster's here to basically, because otherwise he'll drag me even deeper into the gutter. Yes, yes. Oh, look, there are many ways of aged meats and older meats can have their benefits as well. They do have a much higher concentration of nutrients than younger animals. So, yes. So that's important. It's a stuff the truckers get. I want Bart to eat raw meat so bad. It is funny. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if he'd do it. Somehow we have to convince. How could you do it? I'd like to see him have a bit of beef tartare, So, yes. Put out a challenge on the Discord through the Meat Militia. Maybe pledge donations that will support his political party. That's it. I've got it. Let's say to Bart, we will send him donations for his political party. He's campaigning because elections will be coming up. But we demand service on his party. Nothing's for free. And that is basically, we'll support his political party, but he'll have to basically show us that, he'll have a fun go in terms of trying a bit of raw stuff. Yes. Just tell him we like it raw. I think Bart should just just save the juices if he likes to cook his steaks a lot and drink them. Yeah, probably, or just supplement taurine. That's one other way of actually doing it. Yeah, but he does. Yeah, even Pim said, because she basically has hers rare and stuff like that. But oh god, he complains all the time that she doesn't cook it enough. So yeah. It's just he needs to get over those. I used to have those. I used to cook things to the death as well in the past. And then I got used to softer and softer meats by not overcooking them. And now I can go to rare or even completely raw. But you sort of have to transition, so very much so. Yes, VX, what's V? Oh, that was the plan of Germany to deem me an outlaw unless I present proof of not one, but 3 jabber bites in October. I'm still zero, mind you. So compliance and silence, fuels. Yes, gotcha. This sort of plan to deem unlawful. Yes, gotcha. Anyway, I hope that there will be pressure on the EU to lift restrictions because a few of the northern states have already done it. Otherwise, there'll be a massive migration of the labour force. Well, people are pissed off. That's true. I mean, Austria's just, they've lost the plot. Truly lost the plot. Yeah, that's true. That has happened in the US. People have moved. I mean, Stephanie Keto, person, she left California for that reason, and a few others, even within our community. Elderly have higher protein requirements due to their age, regardless of synthesizing repairing new tissue, because the loss of sensitivity to leucine or because of the digestive stimulation is lesser. Quite a few of those sort of things. Digestion does decline in older people, but again, not in ancestral people, but just in our people, because they've caused too much senescence. The biggest problem in our problem is people age in these societies much slower in terms of senescence. So they will basically, this is what a tribal person will do, will be very slow, as they have some increase in senescence, but very small. That's why you could see that old lady, she was over, believed to be about 120, jumping up and down. Most 50-year-olds would struggle in our world, let alone 120-year-old. So the lady that was with Mary was taking photos of, or video. So that's a person with very robust low senescence. So with low senescence, not an issue. You'll just basically eventually stop cell dividing, and then you'll just drop dead, because you'll go 100% senescent, and then you'll just die. So that's what usually happens. So you had a long health span, and when your numbers are up in terms of cell division, you're gone. Now, people in our society, on the other hand, are declining with high levels of senescence. NAD goes down, CD38 goes up, which is a protective mechanism, but it goes up due to high senescence. And as a consequence, people have less capacity to repair, to heal, and all that, and also to digest. You need energy. There's a certain energy requirement for your brain to keep going, and a certain energy for your heart and all that. As a consequence, if you've got energy deficits, certain things don't work as well. And this is why people start struggling as they get older. This is why I encourage people to use amino transporters like taurine. Yes, it improves the digestion, the digestive tract, improves the gut microbiome, the acidity levels improve, the lower pH allows for better digestion, the better gallbladder function improves also digestion of fat-soluble vitamins and minerals and stuff like that. So all these things that we throw in, leucine, helps then to drive muscle protein synthesis in better. So that's what we're really talking about when I'm talking about, Jonathan. There is a difference between our people and their derangements and their problems, and those people who don't have these derangements and problems and tend to have a very good health span and then just drop dead, where we slowly wither and become frail and demented and weak and all that. We never did. If you go back, even in the 50s and 60s, people did not suffer the level of frailty, dementia, and everything else that we do today. So the body's quite robust, but when you really derange it with very inappropriate, highly processed oils and sugars, you're really going to push it beyond the point of reparative capacity. And that's what a lot of people are today, beyond the reparative capacity. That's why, to try and arrest that, to hold it back, to slow it down, we get the taurine in, we get basically the leucine in and stuff like that, to try and help the vitamin D, stuff like that, the other fat-soluble vitamins if we can, and some B vitamins. Anything that can help these people. Because a lot of them, if they nurse in nursing homes or elderly that just basically are not, it's much easier to give them a pill. It's much easier to basically go, okay, Dad or Mum, here's your pill. Here's your pills that the doctor's giving you. Here's your other pills that I'm giving you. And put those in and they'll do them. And at least that will slow down the decline. Yeah, there's not many options, unfortunately. Some elderly may actually sit down and think about it. I've had a few conversations with Dad, and then even in recent times, he's thought about it. He goes, really? He does this and that? And I go, yeah, Dad. He said, oh, I think I'm going to make some changes. And I go, good. It's about time. So sometimes even he took a bit of time to convince on a few things. But you got to work with people. You just can't bully them into making changes. Sometimes slow changes are much better than trying to force people. I always say, be an example, and always encourage people, try this. And, Dad tried a few things. He started seeing improvements. He says, what else can I do? And I go, well, you can try this. And even though he was willing to do more, I took it slowly because I wanted him to get results and see and confirm and feel better and all that without throwing too much and, causing a bit, because you need an adaptation time as well, especially when you're older, you're in your, that older age bracket, your body takes longer to adjust. So you've got to be a bit more kinder to those changes. So be mindful of that, the way you go about it, and talk to the person. Just because they're older doesn't mean they're stupid. They've got a lot of life experiences and all that. And as long as you're not trying to ram it down their throat, they are willing to consider things. Richard, how are you? How do you stop the hard poos from doing carnivore for 3 weeks and nuggets are getting hard to pass? More fat, more fat, more fat, and more fat. That's what you should do. And salt and more fat. And that will help. It may be due to a gallbladder issue. You may be having difficulty digesting. So I would also get digestive enzymes. If you go to iHerb, they do have a digestive enzyme. Just let me find it, and I'll put it in the, because sometimes, if you're not actually producing enough bile, can be an issue. So taurine does improve bile, but in the you may need to consider bile supplements, because if you've got sludge, you may not have gallstones, but some people have sludge. That means trapped in the bile ducts and all that, and they don't have very good flow. And as a consequence, they don't have good functioning. So you may need more taurine in order to remove that sludge. So unless you go and do an ultrasound to find out exactly what the situation is, I don't know what may be causing it. You can add more fat, and if that resolves it, then you know what's caused it. But if you're basically, there are other underlying issues like poor malabsorption, poor, gut motility, poor, and taurine can help in improving gut motility. So you may need to supplement taurine a couple of grams, like 4 or 6 grams a day, as long as I've done a video on the blood pressure thing and lithium and all that when it comes to taurine. So go and check that one out, just to make sure that, just in case you're different circumstances. But if you're not on either one of those drugs, then you're probably not going to have any issue. So I would say really important that you get more fat in, and if that doesn't work, then there may be an issue with your gallbladder, whether it's stones, because sometimes, if you don't have large stones, you don't get pain. You can have small stones and sludge, and that can actually cause issues. You need to emulsify that and actually pass it through to get it to work properly, and that needs taurine. So taurine is going to play all these regulatory roles. So a higher intake of taurine will, over time, correct a lot of these issues. So, because, yes. So it could be that, but as I said, or it just could be not enough fat. I don't know what your diet's like. But then if you're having problems and you've got sludge through the ducts, you may have also issues with enzymes backing up the actual pancreas and not actually getting enough of those as well. So if you go into iHerb, just put a comment down there. Do you have anything under your rib cage? When you eat, do you feel any discomfort under your rib cage, either on the left or right? That would indicate gallbladder, pancreas issues, potentially due to sludge. If it's on both sides, then sludge. If it's on one side, like your, not mine, but your right-hand side, then it's definitely the gallbladder. If it's on the other side, only on the other side, it could be either a mild pancreatitis, usually caused by bile sludge that hasn't cleared and maybe even solidified in the duct to some extent, and can create problems, blockages, or backing up to some of the proteolytic enzymes. So that can be another issue in itself. Without testing, Richard, it's really hard to know exactly. So, so up your fat. If that doesn't resolve things, then really put in the taurine to try and actually, and as an interim solution, add proteolytic enzymes, the amylase, the ones that have got all the different, the lipase, and so all the different ones that actually help you digest, just in case there is sludge through there. So it depends. It can take up a couple of months to clear out. Sometimes it can actually be quicker. I know some people that have done up to 14 and 15 grams of taurine a day to try and accelerate the cleaning up. That can sometimes swing things from, because your motility could speed up a bit too much and actually swing you from hard to very soft or fluid, diarrhea and stuff like that. But eventually will normalize, things will settle down in that regard. So it can be a problem and all that. Look, our past indiscretions, our past inappropriate lifestyle does create these problems. That's the reality. Going back to a standard diet, that just basically masks the problem, just continues making the gallbladder worse, and eventually many people lose their gallbladder through a lot of pain, with a lot of pain as well involved. So, I mean, that's not a solution either. You really have to fix it and fix it properly. Anyway, autistic people like myself have a higher prevalence of poor methylation and gut issues. Yes, it's another reason why usually people with autistic, even high functioning, have very poor taurine levels. So very important in that regard. And also riboflavin, very important for the methylation. Remember? Very important. And that's in milk and in but people initially, if they're not completely healed, can have a sensitivity on the autumn spectrum with milk. That can be a problem because there's usually associated issues with the gut microbiome as well, which taurine over time can ameliorate, correct, improve. So let me know, Jonathan, what dosage, I think you did you actually mention earlier what dosage you were doing or not? Just tell me what dosage you're doing currently, Jonathan, so I know what dose you're doing. Just put in the description box if you're still here. Richard, more fat and taurine. Don't cook, overcook. Yes, good advice, DC. Robbie, good to see you, mate. Ah, yes. All very good advice. UVAX and T for T cells. Yeah, I've seen that. I got the my brother sent me that. Where is it? I was going to make a video about it. Nobody was really talking about it. Then I forgot about it. I got involved with too many other things and other videos and taurine videos and stuff like that, and completely forgot about it. Just for other people's. Yes, exactly. We don't need that sort of contraindicated. I would not want a medico in any way interfering with my important first line of defense T lymphocytes, especially which are basically being biosynthesized. Have to go a bit back. Because my brother Sean sent me that some time ago. Here it is. Oops. That was it. The link that I was sent. COVID, why T cell vaccines could be the key to long-term immunity. No, it's simple. Take taurine, take vitamin D, create really strong T lymphocyte load in your body as your first line of defense, and you don't need any bloody, jab, T cell jab. Absolute nonsense. Yes. So basically, that's their solution. Since the existing ones are basically bogus and do not work, let's basically mimic what the body does perfectly. I'll let the body do what it does perfectly with vitamin D and taurine. I won't be basically putting any of that shit into my body to derange natural processes. Friggin' hell. Exactly. That's how I feel about that sort of nonsense that is being promoted out there. So that was back in January when Sean sent it to me. I forgot all about it. You just reminded me. I was supposed to make a video back then. I promised my brother that I'm going to do a video on it and give my opinion, which was going to be a full-on rant why I think it's completely contraindicated. And I forgot all about it. So thanks, Robbie, for reminding me. It's a video that I have to do. So I did promise it. My brother forgot about it altogether. Anyway, shit happens. When did he send it to me? Yeah, that's right. So out on the 13th of January. Yeah, because he basically... Now I know why. Because basically that was on the 23rd, and that was on the 22nd, this one, of January. So it was about 9 days later after this got published that he actually sent it to me. And then there was that technical brief. Remember the stuff that the UK data and all that? I got fixated on that and I forgot all about this one. So as you can see, 22nd of the 1st. Yes. Forgot all about that. Too many things to remember. Oh, God. Even though my brother sent it to me some time ago. I friggin' forgot all about it. Anyway. Oh, yeah, shit. God. At least you're only my subscribers. I may have to clip that out. I forgot all about that. Shit. Oh, damn. Yes, I should. Anyway. Listen to a doc who is an expert and father of an autistic child. He says autistic children have half or more of the MTHFR gene mutation. 33 totals, I remember. Yeah, look, a lot of the MTHFR genes can be corrected with riboflavin, which is high in animal foods. Riboflavin is very important for energy production, and that's probably the reason why it's one of those big things. So if you don't have enough riboflavin in your diet, that means if people are eating a kibble diet and they're not eating enough dairy, that's milk, and they're not eating enough meat, they will not get enough riboflavin, which means that pathway, the MTHFR 677, will be downregulated. That means they will have methylation issues while they are having, but also vitamin D and taurine play a role in the methylation cycles. So, and methionine and stuff like that. So if you're got a low vitamin D status and low methyl donors and stuff like that, it could be the reason why some of these genes don't work properly. That's sheer speculation, but there's very good association with poor vitamin D, poor, riboflavin status, poor taurine status, and a number of other nutrients primarily found in animal foods. These associations, obviously, and amongst autistic children. Nobody's actually looked at the parents at the time when they were pregnant. So, but I suspect when you take a look, I think the big one is vitamin D. To be honest, I really think vitamin D is the big one. And vitamin D does play a role with the MTHFR as well, methylation. But I think of that, and I'll explain to you why. We have some observational research out there. We basically have, the sort of research that sort of tells us that when we look at certain ethnic groups around the world and their location on the globe, when they move to other localities, a population that never had autism now acquires autism, and in higher levels than the general public. It is impossible. Genetics don't change that quick. Your genes don't just flip. Mutations don't happen that fast. I suspect it's an epigenetic. Epigenetically, certain things have not been turned on or turned off. And we know when you have good levels of vitamin D, certain genes get turned off and turned on while the child is developing in the mother's tummy. So I suspect that from what I've looked at, that vitamin D is probably the key driver for this. What do I base this? I'll give you the population. It's the Somalis. If you take a look at Sweden and you take a look at, Canada, a disproportionate number of Canadians were dying from COVID. So Somali Canadians, and 70% of the death rate in the early days were basically Somalis, even though they represent less than 1% of the population, because they are dark-skinned. They don't take supplements because they never did, so they don't have a culture of supplementation, and now they're in a cold climate indoors, and tend to be very highly vitamin D deficient. Their diet hasn't changed that much. Their lifestyle very much. They still, for religious reasons, they don't, eat out as much as others in those countries. So, what's the variable? Vitamin D deficiency, very high vitamin D deficiency, and autism rates amongst the Somalis, both in Sweden and in basically Canada, are higher than the actual general public. So the rest of the Canadian population has a lower rate. The rest of the Swedish population has a lower rate. But most Swedes and Canadians, light-skinned, pretty much supplement vitamin D in much larger amounts. I think that's where the problem lies. It's basically a vitamin D deficiency. I think vitamin D plays a big role in this. I believe that, if you take a look, the autism rates, when we adopted this fear of the sun and started putting creams on our skin to prevent so-called skin cancer and all that, the levels of vitamin D deficiency escalated, and so did autism rates. Prior to that, they were basically like 15,000, 1 in 15,000 or 1 in 10,000 in most industrial nations in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And then, as we moved from the 90s onwards, the rates started escalating. And then when we get to the 21st century, we've got levels now 1 in 20 something. And it could even be people predicting by the middle of the century, this century, it'll be 1 in 3. That's a disaster. Going from 1 in 10 or 1 in 15 to 1 in 3. Even 1 in 20 something, 29 or 26 or stuff, those sort of numbers is excessive. That's the problem. You know, again, because of ill thought out government policy and encouraging people to slip, slop, contraindicated stuff on their skin so they wouldn't get burnt, rather than basically not removing the seed oils, which incorporate in people's skins and make them more vulnerable to burning. No, we forced, you know, rather than actually removing the profits of the food industry, which is the seed oils, no, we decided to basically make them vulnerable to vitamin D deficiencies. And that's exactly what we did. And basically escalated some of these issues. That's my hypothesis. And when you look at a population that never had this problem and now has immigrated to these areas, and the only thing that's actually changed, and these are populations even in the early days when there is no possibility that these are second or third generation that have adopted the new ways, you know, radically changed their diet. They haven't. A number of them still eat the way they ate in a lot of their traditional ways. They are more insular within their communities, and so tend to be less, and because of their Muslim faith, less likely to adopt foreign customs. And still, what we see is these people having these. We didn't even see it amongst people who are whites, who change, who migrate to America or whatever, change their diets, and we don't see that same rate. We only see it amongst Somalis. Why? Because they cover. Back in their own homeland, they're actually, the way homes are built is they're built around a sort of an open area. So basically, there's areas where the family can be out in the sun, be out, you know, in the outside without having to be covered. Unfortunately, living in flats and stuff like that and having to go out, you know, because of their religious faith, they have to cover continuously. So it's no way of getting vitamin D that way. And they don't supplement, and they're severely vitamin D deficient. And that is why they have disproportionate levels, because their environment's completely changed. And as a consequence, also because of their religious practices, the way they cover far more now in the new place that they are compared to the past. Those are other factors that are at play as well. So, yeah. Well, DJ projections, they incorporate those fats, incorporate into their skin and are more vulnerable to oxidation, and also increase what are called matrix metalloproteinases, you know, which are generated in the liver. And so they actually express themselves on that skin and tend to amplify. So the seed oil that gets incorporated, that's oxidized, when it actually gets hit by UV radiation, it oxidizes even worse, and it amplifies the MMP production. And most of these people also have lower fat-soluble vitamin intake to regulate those matrix metalloproteinases and limit. This is another reason for psoriasis and all that. It's basically a lack of regulatory fat-soluble vitamins regulating and down-regulating this situation. Plus adding a bit of taurine, which can actually have an antioxidant effect, and also a protective effect in terms of minimizing UV damage with something like niacin B3. Anyway, yes, I suspect there are quite a few that do have. I've got one of mine is this, not the 677, but the other one is actually fine. It's the normal one. I have no problems on that one, but I do have a problem on the other one. And that's just because my ancestors ate a lot of organ meats and stuff like that, and that got down-regulated. So there's certain foods that are, so that's, but if you've got both, it usually is very much significant in terms of deranged methylation, and that has been seen in autism, both in high functioning and non-high functioning in all autistic people. Where the other one, the 677, can be for a whole lot of reasons. But when you've got both, that's a very much indication that there is definitely some sort of issue. I also often get palpitations right after overeating. Everybody says there, such a case of liver presses physically on the diaphragm and heart area. Do you agree? Yes, I do. Yes, it can be an issue with some people in terms of the liver, because it does actually take this whole front part here, and if it's inflamed in particular, the liver is inflamed or the gallbladder is inflamed, it can actually put more pressure in that area. So yeah, one way of actually knowing whether you've got some level of liver, you can actually check enzymes. If it's the gallbladder that is actually being aggravated for whatever reason, is you can actually go under your rib cage and actually massage on both sides, but softly. Don't go like mad pressing in, just softly massage and all that, and sort of relieve some of the tension and all that, and you may actually see a sort of improvement in sort of the flow and relief as well. But that will indicate that there is definitely some sort of issue related with that liver, gallbladder, pancreas nexus. So a lot of us I've had those issues. A lot of other people have had those issues. I still have a bit of sludge, and occasionally I get a bit of an issue on, just comes out of the blue. But generally speaking, I'm fine. But there's always, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe with my sort of dosages that I've been doing with taurine, maybe it's cleared out and it's not going to come back again. But I don't know whether I'm completely over that hurdle. I may be not. Never count your chickens, as they say, until they all hatch. So, so the next year or two will indicate to me whether I'm over that stage. Hopefully, I'm over the oxalate dumping. I haven't had any of that anymore, which is, yes. I still have the citric acid there just in case, but hopefully I'll never have to use it again. I'll end up throwing it out at some stage. Yes. According to Google, maple syrup is about 98 sucrose, which, if it's 98 sucrose, which is 50-50, that would mean 98 divided by 2 would mean it's 49% fructose. So it's slightly less than, because like refined sugar is 50-50. So it's just slightly less in terms of fructose than refined sugar. So It's not fantastic, but it's not as bad as agave, which is very high, or high fructose corn syrup and stuff like that, which is much higher in terms of fructose. Sleep apnea correlation with thickening necks. Yep, all that. Overweight, yeah. But I think it's also the collagen, the modeling around that area is probably has some derangement potentially. Yeah. Juicy steak. I'm happy for you. Celery smoothie. I'll leave you to ponder that. Oops. And you lost it. Coming to Tassie in April. Can't wait. Have you checked out the aurora down there? Oh, yeah, we have. Yeah. A friend of mine actually is in a part of the southern part of out of Hobart, and there the actual, like, down on the beach area, you will get a lot of, like, the sort of effects that you can actually see are really interesting. And I do know one guy that actually got down to, because he was basically with the scientists from Parks and Wildlife, and he's retired now, but he actually went down to Macquarie Island. He'd actually showed us some photos of some auroras down there from Macquarie Island, which is even further south, and they were really fantastic. Yeah, obviously, lead paint is very much problematic, but I don't think it's the driver, honestly, because there are many other parts of the world where there isn't any lead paint and we don't have those issues. It can be a contributing factor, making things worse, but I don't believe it's a driver. And our bodies can detox lead and other things like that. Yeah, it is important, mate. It's really important that you basically jump on that bandwagon. It does improve your sleep. I mean, I used to get upset sleeps and all that pattern. I go to sleep now. I'm out right through, and then I wake up. So your opinion, I think I have actually answered that in the past, Stefan, about CBD oil. Look, I like all cannabinoid type based oils. I think they can be a double-edged sword. In some people, they can probably be okay. In other people, they can potentially make things worse. So I would rather, have people eating more steak and getting more taurine and increasing their GABA and their calming effect and sleeping better and being more circadian rhythms and stuff like that, rather than things that could potentially, throw things out a bit in some people. So yeah, have my own misgivings about some of these things. I'm not convinced with a lot of the stuff that people are saying. I think, yes, they may have some benefit, but it may be specific to certain people and only those people, or it may be a placebo effect. I haven't seen really compelling research to really say yes. in that regard. So not a problem. Yeah, so I don't understand why they have to be so cryptic about it. You know, I mean, they could have promoted it a bit more widely, this, so people knew where to look, rather than making it so damn difficult. Anyway. Yep. Doesn't work at the dosages. It's a placebo effect. You need far more than the recommended dose for people with, yep. Oh, look, I do not know enough about when it comes to CBD oil and stuff like that. I don't claim I'm an expert in everything. So, and I've sort of felt that it's has more of a placebo effect, but also in some people there have been side effects, and some people have made them worse in some regards. So I'm reluctant to basically promote something that I do not have good mechanistic studies to basically, for me to support it, and all that. It's like people say, oh, you could use this and all that. And I go, well, you could do a ketogenic diet and improve your epilepsy and many other things like that. And actually, in young age, you can even completely reverse it in some cases. So why would you take something when there's a better technique that actually has even reversing capabilities in a large proportion of people that do that diet without any side effects? Even if it doesn't work, it'll only just reduce markedly your symptoms, and that's better than some of the other stuff out there. So especially the medication with all the side effects. So I'm reluctant in that way. Oh, Wacky Toaster, good to hear you're enjoying the day. And hello to you, Robert, as well. Heather, hi, it costs too much for farmers to care for them longer. Oh, is that the young ones? Yes. Slaughter. Off to the slaughterhouse. Bruce, good to see you, mate. Slow cooking meat also destroys the taurine content. Depending on the temperature, depending on, slow cookers also can lose a lot in the fluids, but if you're consuming the fluids, then it's not going to be an issue. So my father always, when he cooks and has fluids and all that, he actually collects them and drinks it as like a drinking tonic. Yes. He also collects the fat and actually makes and piles it into. Hello Kitty actually saw him actually doing all that and putting it all that. He said, what are you doing? What is your father doing? So he collects it, actually has all this fat, and then basically he will use it as a stock and many other things. She goes, oh, yeah. So Daddy still has some of these old traditions that people, because in our modern life it's just too inconvenient to go to all the trouble of doing this. But yes. It's as long as it all has to do, is it going out with the water? It's the water content of the cells and the inner sort of, remember that there's a lot of water content. As long as you don't overcook things and dry it out, yeah, like beef jerky and stuff like that won't have a lot, practically none in many cases. But it's a nice treat, but I wouldn't live on it. If you lived on it, basically you'd end up with scurvy and taurine deficiency. How do you remove tartar from the teeth? Minoquinone 4 by DJ Projectus, Minoquinone 4 high doses. And also that other bacteria, remember the Swedish one for the teeth that's sold on iHerb, that also helps improve the oral microbiome. There's another product that I'm looking at. I'll discuss it at another time. Ah, yes, Wacky Toaster is in the thick of the totalitarian state of Austria. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and a lot of the stuff. Obviously, any virus or virus mimicking compound like what this is can have an interaction with our genome and can have an interaction with our, but I haven't seen any evidence to show an alteration to our DNA. So until I actually see somebody actually demonstrate something like that, all viruses interact with, any virus, anything that mimics will have an interaction with our genome in one way or another. Whether it's a negative or positive or whatever, time will tell. But as a lot of people that talk about this, but they've never really demonstrated actual mechanisms how this is working and show quite clearly things. I've talked about the Israeli research recently and the showing an effect of interacting with the genes, the actual virus itself, and actually turning certain genes off to turn off the respiration system within the mitochondria, and as a consequence force the cell into more glycolytic pathways for energy production, which can actually affect the protein folding within the ribosomes and can actually facilitate for the easier exploitation of those ribosomes to replicate itself, the virus that is. So it's an interesting sort of but once the virus is eliminated in the system, these systems revert back and normalize. So it's not it doesn't do any long-term damage. So even if there's short-term damage, it's more when it comes to these both long COVID and also the reactivity of the jab of the hut, the jabs that they are using, that technology, it's more has to do with reactivity and being inside the cell, not being cleared, because inside the cell you aren't able to clear it out in a sense. And sort of it reminds them when you actually get the actual what we're seeing is from the evidence that was actually collected in the Denmark, when people were getting it again, they were having this more pronounced worse outcome, and also it seemed to basically affect the sort of the antibody response was much weaker and also compromised in that regard. So that was another issue in itself. It's the reason why the earlier part that I showed, remember the T lymphocytes. T lymphocytes are the big player. The big player is T lymphocytes. They will clear out all this stuff, both from the inappropriate jabbers and from the disease itself. As you remember, I was bulletproof and so was my brother. Exposed heavily, sleeping with the COVID enemy. So you'll probably hear this and probably laugh about it. And still not an issue. Strong T lymphocytes. That's why they even want to make vaccine. They want to make the best defense that we've got. They want to make money off and potentially put at risk our whole system, the way it works. So I wouldn't take that under any circumstances. Traditional vaccines is one thing. This other sort of nonsense, after the shenanigans they did with the current one, that would even be way more dangerous, the next one. But if you have a good vitamin D status and a good taurine status because of the anti-senescent to the T lymphocytes, what you'll end up is with this really, really highly performing T lymphocytes. And when T lymphocytes are working that high, they can clear out anything. They can even take out cancer cells. This is why vitamin D is associated with anti-cancer. It's the T lymphocytes that are eliminating the cancer. So if you really, as I've said to people, you know, and I saw Indy in there. I hope you've seen my recent video, my dear. She should get her vitamin D levels right up to the levels of 80 nanograms per deciliter, like Lukey did. Because of that level, and I've talked about people, you know, resetting, doing a reset like a 3-day fast, resetting their immune system, then boosting it with taurine and vitamin D to really get it, ramp it up and get T lymphocytes out there, which are the natural killers of viruses that are pathogenic and other things. They suppress a lot of things, take them out, and also eliminate cancer cells as well. So really important, and works synergistically in the apoptotic effect of clearing this stuff out with taurine as well, which is part of the animal foods. What I've been saying for a long time: sun, salt, and steak. You know, so really, really important. But some of the other stuff that people are coming up with is just drives me up the wall. Nah, it shouldn't be. As I said, it's in the water. It's whether you're losing the water or not. You know, nobody cooks up to that high. I've never cooked. Most of my cooking, when I'm cooking, probably the highest that I've ever cooked is about 220. Most of the time it's around about 170. So, you know, half that. It's nearly half that, just a bit over half that. So, yeah, it's really, the issue is, are you losing the fluids? If you lose the fluids, then you've got a problem. Then you've lost the taurine. Or unless you drink the fluids and then that come out and don't throw them away, then you could actually get that taurine as well from the food. So, like if you're doing a soup, you got to have the soup. It's going to be in this, you know, part of it. It's going to leave the meat into the soup, into the water content. You'll be consuming it, so you'll be getting it. So soups are fine in that regard. Meat soups. Yeah, probably. But then again, I don't know. Pressure cookers work a bit differently. It's a pressure cooker. It's not like an intense heat. I don't know about pressure cookers. Anybody here? No. What's Bruce saying? Slow cooking, pressure cooking gets over. So if that's okay, does it? I think I'll give the pressure cookers. Yeah, look, I don't know enough about pressure cookers, so probably is not destroyed, but Harry knows more. Look, on this one, I don't actually DJ Projectus about pressure cookers. Maybe pressure cookers don't operate for a very long period of time. It's only a short amount of time. So even if they're over that, maybe you may lose a bit, but not a lot. Still, I've never seen any research. I've seen research on like the temperature, but I haven't seen in particular with, it's just general cookware, but not with specific. I've even seen when they've done it with very high temperatures, like over 300 and stuff like that. I think there was one 600 or something like that. Very short amount of time, and it did lose, but there was still some taurine there. So maybe you have to do it at very high temperature for some time, but it was unclear how long. So, yep. In that regard, I only recommend, as you know, 5 because I have to, but I do take 10. All through, I take that 5. The tartar build-up is in my mouth doesn't seem to have slowed down much. What else caused it? I know some people, because as I said, it's the oral microbiome, certain bacteria, it can be. There are some supplements. I think I saw a supplement. What does Indy say? I have been taking 10,000 plus quercetin and zinc. I'm good girl and exposed, but didn't succumb. Husband is double back. So you were and you were exposed and didn't succumb. Exactly. Your vitamin D levels and your taurine. Yep, they definitely protected you. Good girl. Very good news. It's exactly what I got. A zilch. I keep it here just to make sure remind you people. I got a negative, highly exposed. And people that have basically done the same thing have been telling me the same thing. They've been exposed, but didn't. And remember, this is 70 times more contagious than the previous variant, the Delta. So for people to say, oh, well, you know, this is super, forget about even some scientists now are looking at it and saying, well, masks do nothing. This is so contagious at 70 times. It's irrelevant. Everybody's going to get it. They basically pretty much say. So very easy to be exposed. But at the end of the day, it's really the vitamin D and the taurine that are providing the T lymphocytes. And I'm really happy. That actually shows that your T lymphocyte levels must be much higher, Indy, which is good because they also help with eliminating your problem, the cancer. So, yeah, let me know how your progress is going in that regard. So you're doing all the right sort of stuff. Let me know. Did you get the deuterium depleted water? And have you played around with that yet or not? I know in my first video I discuss it, but I haven't covered it. I still need to do. I've broken up these and doing them slowly in little videos. But around the 85 to 100 odd, 102, I think, or 105 is probably, I'd go for 85 for that level. Or some people actually go for the DDW 25 and then they dilute it with general water. So they get something like around the 100. So it depends. It depends on the pricing. You don't want to be too low. You want to be at 80 or above. And you don't want to be, you want to be at about 110 at most and below. I'd really aim for somewhere like, the 80 to 90 mark. Good. Yeah. You really need to get that because that's going to really help in that regard. Don't go crazy with it because your body still deuterium depletes to some extent. You still are using long chain fats. But whenever you're using water, use that as your water source in that regard. So use it as your primary water source. And if you don't want to play around with diluting and all that sort of stuff, but do look at the pricing. So remember, tap water is 155 parts per million. And so if people want to, like if you get 155 plus 155 plus 25, then you divide that by 3, they get about 111. That's right. It was slightly less than that. It was the 25 parts per million plus 155. I think it was twice. That means 1 to 2. That's right. No, that's not it. 1 to 2.5 there. Must be 1 to 2.5 to 1.5. That's right, 103. So it's basically a litre of the DDW 25 and 1.5 litres of regular water to get to 103 parts per million. Or you can just go basically for the 85 parts per million, if you want, or the 105 parts per million, around there. Depending on where you are at, I would probably go for the 105 and just use it for my coffee, and when you're drinking something, supplement or whatever, or for those purposes. As I said, the best way to hydrate is with your own body fat, and that is where I think, as long as you're not putting in tap water, your body fat is always going to be low in deuterium, and it's going to be a better thing and cheaper. But if you're going to have water content for coffee or something like that, at least get it from a low deuterium source, which is the sort of trick on that point. Because what we want to do is we want to restore the actual functioning of those cells, revert them back to a senescent state, and then with things like senolytics, things like taurine, we can sort of cure, and things like also high T lymphocytes. Even your own immune system, if it's really got strong T lymphocytes, they can go after and take these cells out over time. Because the key thing is we want to remove most of the deranged cells. We want to basically end up with more healthier cells, and we want to basically restore that sort of stuff, which is critical in that regard. It's all a matter of shifting things. But that shows really good that if you're basically exposed and you didn't succumb at all, it means you've got a very good T lymphocyte count. And most people who have got cancer do not have a very poor T lymphocyte, to some extent due to basic chemotherapy, but also to other factors as well. And it's why cancer can actually run riot through their body unchecked and uncontrolled. So, no, you're doing the right thing, Indy. Keep it up. We want you around for a very long time. Yep. I was going to say, take it up to 15 milligrams, the MK4, up to 15. Get the orthomolecular one, which has got 15 dose and all that. Are you getting enough retinol into your diet? I don't know, just in case. But I would say, I had somebody else have a similar thing, and they had an oral microbiome issue. And when they got the Ruteri one, for the oral thing, it sorted them out. Another person didn't really sort them out completely. And we found that they were missing a number of other bacteria. And then they there's another product which actually provides like a gut microbiome sort of, I'm going to do a video on it anyway. So expect a video to cover this properly. Needs to be, the oral microbiome needs to be explained. There are a lot of nuance things with the oral microbiome. So yeah, it needs to be better explained. Well, excessive tartar, normally most people that have actually gone onto high dose of minoquinone 4 have actually eliminated their mineralization, and their teeth enamel has actually become stronger and all that. So yeah, that's what. But I've generally found that it's a gut microbiome. An oral microbiome issue. The problem with oral microbiomes, it's really hard to know what exactly is the profile without testing. Yeah, so that can be a bit of a hassle to try and work out what's missing and what isn't. So And that's another. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought as well. And even the other thing that R123 said, have you got gum recedings? That also indicates that there may be some other pathology. If you don't have, then it may be just things are not because of the biome of the oral. There may be some issues there that need to be sort of sorted out. Well, it's not a bad thing, but but it usually is kept at a very, if you got it really building up rapidly quite a bit, that's not normal either. There's a sort of a sort of a balance between it, and usually it clears and rebuilds and stuff like that, but not excessive. Yeah, I think they got it wrong. It's not excessive. It's only when it's really excessive. When it's very low, it can be indicated that it's a bad thing in my book. But it's sort of when it's really excessive. But it's very unclear. We don't have good literature on that. I know a lot of doctors say a lot of things, but they don't even know what a good oral microbiome is. They've got no idea. So we're still in the air on a lot of this sort of stuff. And I am doing a few experiments of my own. So that's why I've held off on the video. So, yes. Most people don't. There are rate limiting enzymes on that. So you can only get so much. It's not like a panacea, like, oh, I just had a high. No. Having an MTHFR creates a lot of, little sort of niggling things, but it's not like something so obvious. Because you're doing a whole lot of other things as well, which also have a positive effect. So it's probably why you're not noticing the difference. A great cosmonaut. Good for you. Dave, my man, how are you? I hear your mate, your illustrious leader, Boris the Clown, is starting to remove some of the restrictions. Very late, but I'm not someone who can afford to miss a minute of beauty sleep. Ah, yes. Yes. As we get older, we do need our beauty sleep. That's true. What is that noise outside? Oh, God, I'll have to go outside and find out in that regard. Yes. Hush, hush. Wacky toaster. Yes. He thought that he was on there. Yeah, I know. Nick, hello. How much Iceland and touring would you recommend to melt bile? Thanks. It can vary with people. I would say Look, some people can do 6 grams. Some people have very little, and they with 3 grams of taurine, just doing it for over a couple of months, seems to sort everything out. Other people need to go to 6, and other people need to go up to all the way up to 10. I had to do it all the way up to 10 for quite some time before I started getting some really damn relief. So I had a lot of sludge, had a lot of small stones. It took a while to get the damn stuff out. Where my father actually ended up in hospital with basically a big stone like that popping out, going right through his pancreas, causing a shitload of pain. And he was fine after that, once everything settled down and his inflammation. They checked, nothing there, George, you're fine, you can go home. And he didn't even suffer much. Everything got back to normal and all that. Here's me at slightly earlier than him, months later, still struggling. Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's just, you say, oh, it's bloody unfair. It's just unfair. So I had to struggle and suffer for months before I started getting some relief and good digestion. So I wasn't bloody happy, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, I would say if you're going to do anything, and I just think if you're going to combine both, probably do, because that has some emulsifying capacity. You can use choline as well, because it's, they're interchangeable sort of thing. Probably at least a gram. Lecithin, probably a gram. I was doing it, that I didn't do any of that, because I was doing, pretty much a gram, 2 grams of choline, because I do have the genetic thing. Do a gram and see how you go, Nick. The taurines are really the important one. Like lecithin does help, and so does choline, and they're sort of interchangeable, the two. But taurine's the real big one, and it's really go for the 3 initially. If you see not a lot of progress, go to 6. If you're still not seeing any progress, then go to 10. But remember the blood pressure stuff and all that. I hope you're not on any of those meds. If you're not on those, I don't worry if you go to those top. Try to if you go on the higher, over 4 or 5 grams, it can make you more sleepy, because it increases GABA, calming effect. Some people get a more stronger calming effect than others. It depends. It's genetics. So if you're going to do it, do no more at around midday. Do not no more than probably 3, maybe 4 grams. Just try it. If you take 4 at midday and you're feeling fine. If you get a bit tired or sleepy or whatever, then just drop it down to about 2, and then put most of it at 6 and after. So when I'm sort of I do about 4 at midday, and then I'll do 2 in the evening. And that also helps with sleep. It increases GABA, and it helps with melatonin as well. That's how I do it. Whether you want to do choline or lecithin, I'll leave it up to you. Probably a gram of either one. I just tickled my nose. Okay, zinc and magnesium help convert inactive nutrients into their active forms. And what about it? There are a lot of other compounds that do the same thing or act as cofactors. Because that's what they do. They act as cofactors in enzymes. It's really the enzymes that do all the marvelous tricks. And the metallo and a number of the proteins. Is there a reason? It's not a question, it's a statement. Please ask questions. Not so to explain to someone how dangerous are seed oils, you must tell them about sunburning and how those oxidized oils killed their skin cells, incorporated and made their skin cells vulnerable to overactivation of matrix metalloproteinases and make their skin more inflammatory and more deranged, the collagen derangement. Yes, so dust. Don't inhale strongly. Does laying down after meals hinder proper digestion? It's probably not a good thing, especially if you've had quite a heavy meal. I like to lay on my yoga mat and read or watch TV afterwards. Would it be better if the upper body was upright so that gravity can help transport? It really depends. If the upper sphincter seals because your pH is low enough, then you're not going to have any issues. If you're not having any issues at the moment, you're unlikely to have any issues at all. But if you are having any sort of you can feel anything within, above your stomach, you can feel any irritation or something and all that, you may not have, the sphincter may not be completely sealed, and there may be some parts of the stomach content seeping into your esophagus. So probably not a good thing, because ultimately, if you continue doing that, you could put yourself at risk of esophageal disease, even cancer. Not that I'm saying that is going to happen, but you increase the risk. Just saying. It's another reason why we usually say to people, eat earlier before you go to bed, not close to bedtime. The other thing is your body's starting to switch off digestion as melatonin goes up. That's another thing. When you eat late, you're actually inhibiting affecting melatonin production as well. A lot of people recommend 10 minutes walk after eating to aid digestion. There's nothing wrong with it. I've done that before. Whether it's how much it does or not. Look, in one respect, moving does help with digestion, and also through the lymphatic system, it allows things to flow better. So there is some truth in that. Any tactics to prevent acid reflux from hiatus hernia, Harry? Not sure on that one. Even though I know a bit of, in terms of a hiatus hernia, there is a bit of a collagen derangement for that condition, but I haven't really looked into it. I think I actually saw a study ages ago that taurine does improve the condition, but whether sort of relief and stuff like that in the short run, I'll put on my list of things to look into in that regard. I think taurine is probably going to be a good thing to use at this stage to help you with that problem. But there may be other things as well that can be used to help along in that regard. And there's a number of other hernia conditions also that have to do with the expression of matrix metalloproteinases that can actually weaken the collagen, for other hernias type thing. So there is definitely some relationship with fat-soluble vitamins that are regulating matrix metalloproteinase. They're keeping them under control. The stuff that gets generated out of it's the collagen-degrading enzymes, the one that turn over collagen, because most of your body's made up of collagen. Your muscles have got collagen, all the filaments and all that, that's collagen. Your bones are mineralized collagen. Most of your body's got a lot of collagen in it. And the fat-soluble vitamins regulate a lot of that and also control the expression through signaling to the liver, how much collagen-degrading enzymes are produced. It's a bit like, cytokine storm. Macrophage is a good thing to eliminate pathogens, but if it's not controlled and regulated, it does too much destruction and causes cytokine storm and kills you. With enough vitamin D, it regulates it and then it does the job without killing the host, the person. It's the same thing with, collagen-degrading enzymes. They are required to turn over cellular material in the body, but overexpression and uncontrolled can actually cause more damage than, more derangements. So there's a sweet spot with all these things that have to be properly regulated and modulated. This is what certain nutrients do. There are key regulatory nutrients. Fat-soluble vitamins play a regulatory role, in particular retinol, vitamin D, and menaquinone 4. Certain amino acids play a very important role. Things like methionine, things like taurine, glycine to some extent, which can be synthesized also from methionine. So there are certain things that have a regulatory role. The essential fatty acids have some role as well, regulatory role on the immune system as well. So there are these things, and if they're not in the right proportionality, they're not interacting at the right, it can cause derangements. So I would say, you're looking at making sure that your fat-soluble vitamin status is properly and your taurine status is proper. But I will look into it in that regard. I've made suggestions in the past, but I'm not happy with them anymore. I'm just not. I think there may be a better protocol for me to develop compared to the suggestions I've made in the past. And even now, the suggestions that I made are important, but there may be specific stages to do certain protocols in certain stages, certain things, like I do, with a gut reset, with the B vitamins and all that. I need to develop a proper thing to properly regulate things and get them back on track in a sense. So, yes, keep an eye out on the video. I will put on my list tomorrow, and I'll get something done at some stage. Don't know when, but it will be at some stage. Yeah, you can. Anxiety can cause palpitations. Sitting posture and pressing on certain nerves can cause Some people are more vulnerable than others due to a whole lot of things. Some people are more vulnerable to, like the same operation that I had, when I did my cardiovascular bypass surgery, the zipper and all that, when the bones brought together, if it actually doesn't heal properly and all that, you can actually press on certain parts and cause some issues with the heart and all that. So in terms of palpitation, it's not that there's a problem, it's just basically irritating the heart. And so I had to do certain breathing exercise to make sure that that healed properly. Some people don't neglect these things, and then they end up with these conditions after. I know a friend of mine did, and he had to have it broken again and re-sealed in terms of to take that tension off. So yeah, there can be issues in that regard. So yeah, so many little things that sometimes we ignore, Wacky Toaster, that can be at play. That's why now you understand when I ask people when they send me an email, give me details, because I'm trying to work out what could be the factor. And sometimes I'll come back to you and say, well, not enough information here. Can you please provide me this, and this information for me to be able to do a proper diagnosis? Because it's, no different than any other person who's assessing you. An MD, as an example, they need to ask certain questions to basically, in many cases, they just presume a lot of things, which is a bit without. My nephew has ulcerative colitis. When he changed to a low carb, I suggested taurine, and I'm correct, and to change diet slowly. Am I? Yep, you are. And to change diet slowly, yes, a good suggestion. So we don't want rapid changes and all that. And yeah, she could be a problem. And vitamin D, taurine, those sort of things really, really help. I sometimes also get palpitations after eating a big meal, especially if I lay on my left side. Yeah, look, a lot of things that sometimes people can get a certain type of irritation. So, yep, that can be an issue. So, I've had in the past, and this is before I even had my operation, I used to have a very bad posture, sitting posture, and I ended up used to get certain palpitations. I don't get them anymore, and it was just from that poor. And then I got rid of that chair completely, and I stopped using it. And yeah, that issue went away. So there's so many damn things that sometimes variables that you just don't even think about. Yes. Yeah, well, that doesn't sound good at all. Bloody hell. Well, keep up the other stuff, which we've already talked about. So, yep, I saw your comments further down. Yes, you did good. In that regard, Oops. Hold on. Where is... God. Am I? Very good. Very good to hear. Yes. Yes. You've been listening, Alex. The matrix metalloproteinases 9 is heavily regulated by vitamin D, and it's in the lungs and in the colon. Good thinking. Taurine does play a role as well, but the vitamin D is the big one for the collagen in those tissue types. It's also in the breast and in the prostate as well. Both those as well, heavily. Retinol does play a secondary role, but the big one, again, vitamin D. Looks like I can't order the infused candida in Australia. What? You can't? Can you get it from overseas? Isn't that available anymore? Oh, God. Damn. I think it is on Amazon, I believe so. Take a look on Amazon, see whether you get lucky. That is annoying to hear. That means what you're saying is, Gin, it's no longer on. You can't order it, or it's not available anymore on iHerb. It's what, it stopped or not? Just put a comment. Has it stopped or hasn't it? Not sure what you mean. Box breathing and breathing, holding can be easy way to get into it. Deep breathing exercises are great. Yes, they are. Very yoga-y of you, Ness. Also getting Torrance up next week. So excited. Good for you. Did you know that the lungs make blood? Did I know? Yes. What about it? Nothing like an oxygen pump. Somebody has to get basically the oxygen around, don't they? Yes. But did you realize in those red blood cells that there is sulfur stabilizing that oxygen molecule? I bet you didn't. I'm at the end. I got to the end. Anyway, Gin, is it still available or not available on iHerb? Yes, no, maybe. And if not, why did they get rid of it? That's annoying. G'day, Angela. Yeah, I'm about to pull the plug, my dear. You're late. Where the hell have you been? Barbados. Good to see you. Oops. Go away. Any thoughts on taurine supplementation when a person has tachycardia? And fantastic. What do you think? That's why I used it primarily for my heart. It actually reduces tachycardia, normalizes it, and remodels the heart. Tachycardia has to do with a bit of remodeling issues in the heart. Taurine suppresses remodeling. It brings it back to baseline. Even the left ventricular is prevented from going hypertrophying. And also even the valves and all that, any distortions that can actually happen, helps with that as well. It's extremely powerful in the heart. In terms of taurine, is one of the highest concentrations of taurine is in the kidneys and the heart and the brain, plus the liver. But I think the heart may be slightly higher. It's very potent. And not only that, if you have a heart attack and you take taurine, the reperfusion that actually happens to the heart, that causes damage to the heart, if you've got taurine in your system, it doesn't happen. That's based on research, actual mechanistic research, where they've done it deliberately, induced a heart attack to the rodent, made sure the ones that were deficient in taurine had more damage to their muscle heart. The ones that did not. The ones that did not get that effect with reperfusion. Fantastic stuff, taurine. And also research that shows strokes in the brain. Taurine is protective there to prevent when right after the stroke, reduce the damage. So a very, very important. Depends on her. Is she on blood pressure meds? You have to go slow and get them adjusted. Go and see my video. I've done a video, Ness. You should have seen it by now. It tells you all that you need to know. And those medications that may interact the wrong way. I don't think they ship to Oceania. Is that iHerb? Are we talking? Yeah, it is on. Oh, it's not on iHerb anymore. What? They removed it. Okay. Let me take a look. I'll find it. If I find something, ask me next week. I'll take a look and see whether I can find a new supply. That's a disappointing, because that's a really good one. That's actually a really good one. That as an anti-candida one. Damn. That was going to be part of my protocol when I did it. Yeah, I'll have to find a supplier. That's the main thing, Angela. Yes, like all of us, trying to survive and living the life that is true. Yes, the new culture has lost control. Hardcore. Yes, nappy wearing. Exactly. Keep your distance. Triple jabbered, double boosted members are defecting. Fanatical, new normal fascists are mass deleting their 2020 tweets. I bet they are. Hiding what they said. Bunch of assholes. Yeah, I'll look into it. When does a video on YouTube count as viewed? Do you know, Harry? How many percent or must be actually seen? If you watch it for a certain amount of length of time, it does count as being viewed. So you have to watch a certain amount, depending on, it's a percentage, but I'm not sure what it is. Somebody actually mentioned to me a while ago, but I can't remember. It was really in the early days. I think it may have been even Bart. Ask Bart. He may know. I think he may have told me. Somebody told me in the early days. I just can't remember who did, what the percentage was. So you have to watch it for a certain length of time before it actually is considered a view. Yeah. And then you've got basically people liking or disliking and all that. That also counts for the algorithm. People leaving comments. I do encourage people to leave comments after, even if they leave smiles, a thumbs up or stuff like that. That's fine, or a thank you or whatever. Fine. You know what it does is it has interaction with the channel. It really helps the AI, like me. So please leave me comments after the video. It really helps. Yeah, well, that's where I got it from iHerb. So I'm going to have to find some other please. You're welcome, Dave. Yeah, I'm about to pull the plug as well. We're up to 4 hours. Go to watch that video again, Harry. Thank you. Yes, do watch it, please. Yes, especially if you're going to give your mum some stuff, you should know exactly how to manage that. He makes pull-ups each time he passes the bar. Always warm up when he's doing heavy weights, in fear of damaging something. Not necessary. Depends what you're doing. Depends how hard you're doing it, how intense you're doing it, all that sort of stuff. But when it comes to that, to sports physiology, I don't really deal with a lot of that. I know some stuff, but I don't consider myself an expert. I keep that knowledge to myself. And I usually encourage people go to somebody like Bart, who's really good at that sort of information. And yeah, body weight is not heavy weights, so no need to warm up. Look, I don't warm up myself. So well, that's an option. That is an option. You could actually send it to your dad and he could send it on to you. That's an option. Yeah, wait until, if I find something, I'll put it in the actual description and I'll pin it. So in that regard. But let me check and see. There's got to be another source. Just can't be just. I know iHerb had it, but yeah, let me take a bit of a look before you put your dad to a lot of trouble. Because it is a lot of hassle sending it to Korea. They're getting him to send it back to you. So let me take a look and save your dad a whole lot of hassle. Helps with the AI, guys. So yep, thanks for your support tonight, being here. Please hit the like button if you haven't yet. All helps. Thanks, Alex. What Bart does is increasing the groove, high frequency but low intensity. Look, everybody, it depends what your goals are. Dump up. It really, at the end of the day, like anything, it really depends on your goals, guys. Everybody's got different goals in terms of, some people just want to tone. Some people don't build a lot of muscle. Some people just want to, maintain. There's a lot of different things that people do, but at the end of the day, it all depends on that sort of stuff. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Good night or good day to those who are on the other side of the world. Here it's 10:15 in the evening, and I'm pulling the pin. We're over 4 hours now, so we'll keep it at that. So I've got a bit of room on StreamYard because I only get 20 hours for next week. So that's always the case, balancing out the time frame and all that. So yes. See you, Nico. Thanks for being here. And I am out of here. See you all. Good night.